welcome back to the long night. Tonight, as you settle gently into rest, you are invited into a stream of ancient wisdom that has quietly transformed lives for centuries. These are not merely stories to be heard and then forgotten. They are doorways, small living gates through which the heart may pass into a deeper understanding of itself and of the world it moves through. Again and again, people have returned to these teachings and found that something subtle begins to change. Not always all at once, and not always in ways the thinking mind can explain. Sometimes the change arrives as deeper sleep. Sometimes as a little more patience in the middle of a difficult day. Sometimes as an unexpected clarity that appears just when it is most needed, like a lantern becoming visible in the fog. That is the quiet power of these old stories. They continue their work beneath the surface. They move through us in places where effort cannot reach. And tonight, our journey begins with something especially simple and especially profound. We begin with principles so clear, so practical, and yet so deep that they would one day help carry the spirit of Zen across the ocean and into the Western world. So let your breathing slow. Let your body grow a little heavier. Let the muscles of the face soften, and let the mind loosen its grip on the day that is now behind you. As you rest there, held by the rhythm of your own breathing, consider this gentle question. What might change if your heart could burn with devotion while your eyes remained cool as old ashes? What kind of life might grow from such a union of warmth and clarity, of commitment and calm? There is no need to answer. Only listen. Only receive. Let the words come to you the way distant waves come to shore, without effort, without strain, without the need to hold on to any of them. And now, drifting a little deeper, come with me to the dawn of the 20th century, to a moment when East and West were beginning to exchange not only goods and inventions, but also quieter treasures, ways of seeing, ways of living, ways of waking. You find yourself aboard a steamship crossing the vast Pacific Ocean. It is the year 1893. The vessel moves steadily through the rolling water, leaving Japan behind as it makes its long way toward the far coast of America. Salt mist rises now and then into the air. Seabirds wheel overhead, their cries faint against the steady pulse of the engines below. Underfoot, the wooden deck shivers with the labor of the great propellers turning beneath the sea. Near the railing stands a monk. His robes move softly in the ocean wind. His posture is relaxed, yet perfectly upright, as though he has yielded to nothing and resisted nothing. He is not tall, yet something in him draws the eye at once. There is a natural dignity in the way he stands, a gathered stillness that makes even hurried men slow down as they pass him. Let us call him Master Ryosen. In one hand, he holds a small leather-bound journal. Its pages flicker in the breeze as he writes with deliberate care, each stroke placed as though it matters. He pauses now and then, lifting his gaze from the page to the boundless line where sky and water meet, as though the ocean itself were helping him remember what is essential. These are not casual notes made to pass the time on a long voyage. What he is writing is more intimate than that, more distilled. These are the principles he has returned to again and again in his own life. To anyone glancing quickly, they might seem like simple rules. But to one who looks more closely, they are something else entirely, a way of shaping a day, so that wisdom does not remain an idea, but enters the body, the speech, the smallest choices. A young student approaches and bows. He is earnest, observant, and still young enough that sincerity has not yet learned to disguise itself. Let us call him Ren. One day, Ren will become known for helping carry Zen thought into distant lands through books and teaching. But for now, he is simply what he most truly is. In this moment, a devoted disciple walking beside his teacher on an unprecedented journey. He waits until Master Ryosen looks up. "Master," he says quietly with a respectful bow. Many of the scholars we are going to meet in America admire the philosophy of Zen, but they ask how it is to be lived. They want to know how such teachings enter ordinary life. May I ask what you are writing? The master turns toward him. His expression is calm, though there is a brightness in his attention, as though nothing said in his presence is ever only half heard. When he speaks, his voice is low and gentle, yet it carries clearly above the breath of the sea and the groaning timbers of the ship. "I am writing down the principles I return to in daily practice," he says. "Not abstractions, not complex doctrine, only the simple disciplines by which a life may be aligned." Then he looks once more toward the horizon. The scholars are right to ask for what is practical. Zen, that cannot be lived each day, becomes only thought. And thought alone cannot carry a person across the great waters of suffering. There is nothing theatrical in him, no air of holiness being displayed, no effort to appear mysterious or impressive. He does not seem like a man performing wisdom. He seems like a man who has allowed wisdom to become ordinary until it has entered the way he stands, the way he listens, the way he speaks a few plain words, and lets them rest. Ren studies him carefully. Perhaps he senses that this is the deeper teaching already, that the master's journal matters, yes, but the greater text is the life from which the journal has been written. At last the student asks a little more softly, "Now may I see it?" Master Ryosen hands him the journal at once, without hesitation, without pride, without the faintest trace of possession. "These are the practices I come back to each day," he says. "They are the vessel that holds my life." Ren lowers his eyes to the page. The ship sways gently beneath them. Wind moves across the deck. A gull turns sharply and disappears into the brightness. For a few quiet moments, only the sea speaks. Then, the student looks up again and there is surprise in his face, though it is already giving way to something deeper. "Master," he says, "these seem so ordinary." A faint smile touches the older man's face. "Yes," he replies. "The deepest truths often appear that way. It is not their complexity that transforms us. It is their faithful practice." Ren looks again at the page in his hands, and this time with different eyes. The lines before him no longer seem small. They feel alive. They feel like seeds. And as the wind stirs the journal once more, the first of those simple principles waits on the page, ready to open, not only before the student, but before us as well. In the morning, before dressing, light incense and meditate. Feel for a moment the quiet force contained in that first instruction. Before dressing, before presentation, before stepping into the world and taking up a name, a role, a face for the day, first be still, first return, first let the mind bow to something deeper than its own momentum. In this way, practice is not set apart from life. It is placed at the root of life. It comes before the outer garment, before activity, before the thousand small demands that soon gather around a waking mind. Meditation, then, is not an extra. It is the opening tone of the day. It is the lamp lit before the house is entered. Ren lets the words settle inside him while the ship gives a long, low creak beneath the pressure of the sea. The next lines are just as plain: retire at a regular hour, partake of food at regular intervals, eat with moderation and never to the point of satisfaction. Again, the young disciple feels how deceptively simple the words are. No dramatic austerity, no ornamented language, no attempt to sound profound. And yet beneath their plainness is a deep understanding of the human creature. The body is not rejected nor worshipped. It is cared for with steadiness. Rhythm replaces indulgence. Measure replaces impulse. A quiet order is given to the most ordinary things so that the mind need not spend all its strength being tossed about by appetite, habit, and fluctuation. The master is not describing a life made smaller by discipline. He is describing a life made clearer by it. For when hunger is not constantly exaggerated, when sleep is not chaotic, when the senses are not obeyed, every time they call, something within begins to uncoil. Energy gathers, attention sharpens. Space appears where before there was only compulsion. Ren turns the page slightly with his thumb as the sea wind moves across the paper. Another line appears before him: receive a guest with the same attitude you have when alone. When alone, maintain the same attitude you have in receiving guests. Now, the student grows even quieter. This is no longer about schedule alone. This is about sincerity, about whether a person is one being in public and another in private, about whether kindness is a performance and restraint a costume, about whether dignity disappears when no one is watching. To live like this is difficult. It asks that nothing in us become divided. No polished face for the world, no neglected interior hidden behind it. No false brightness when others arrive. No collapse into carelessness once they leave. Only one life, one mind, one continuous quality of presence. The old steamship moves onward through the wide Pacific, carrying east toward west, carrying teacher and student toward a continent that does not yet know how deeply these teachings will one day take root there. Ren keeps reading, and with every line, the words seem less like advice and more like a way of walking through the world without waste, without pretense, without inner fracture. He lifts his eyes for a moment toward Master Ryosen, who stands quietly beside the railing, watching the horizon with the same stillness he has brought to everything else. And there in the sea wind and the gathering light, Ren begins to understand that the true teaching is not only written in the journal, it is already standing before him, breathing, listening and waiting. Ren keeps reading, and the next instruction settles into him with quiet force. Watch what you say, and whatever you say, practice it. He lingers there longer than before. The words are brief, but they leave very little room to hide. In his teacher's hand, speech is not a decoration. It is not something to be admired for elegance alone. A spoken word becomes a responsibility. A promise is not a sound that drifts away into air. It is something the whole life must answer for. Master Ryosen does not seem like a man who would ever separate language from conduct. That perhaps is why even his simplest remarks carry such unusual weight. He does not speak as one displaying insight. He speaks as one already living within it. Ren can feel this now with greater clarity. How easily people praise truth, he thinks, while arranging themselves around convenience. How easily they speak of discipline, compassion, sincerity, and restraint, while living by entirely different laws beneath the surface. Yet the journal in his hands permits no such division. It is too clean for that. It asks for wholeness. The ship presses onward through the swells of the Pacific. Wind moves over the deck, carrying salt and distance with it. Somewhere above, a gull cries out and then is lost in the wide brightness. Ren lowers his eyes to the next lines. When an opportunity comes, do not let it pass by, yet always think twice before acting. Again, that same balance. Again, the refusal of extremes. His teacher is not advocating hesitation that lets life close around a person unopened. But neither is he praising the kind of action that leaps merely because movement feels powerful. There must be readiness, yes, but also reflection. A living responsiveness joined to inward steadiness. To act too slowly is to miss the opening. To act too quickly is to be ruled by impulse. The wise life, it seems, is one in which attention is sharp enough to recognize the moment and calm enough not to be overrun by it. Ren reads on. Do not regret the past. Look to the future. For a moment, he feels something in his chest soften. There is mercy in that instruction, not the mercy of forgetfulness and not permission to become careless, but release from the endless punishing loop by which the mind returns again and again to what cannot be remade. A person may learn from the past without kneeling forever before it. One may remember without becoming imprisoned. To look toward the future, then, is not to escape into fantasy. It is to give energy to what still may be shaped, to what may still be tended with wisdom. The journal offers no grand language, and yet beneath each line is an extraordinary tenderness toward human weakness. The teachings do not flatter it, but neither do they despair of it. They simply turn the mind again and again toward right use of the present. Then Ren reaches a sentence that seems to gather all the others into itself. Have the fearless attitude of a hero and the loving heart of a child. He does not move for several breaths. A hero and a child. Courage and tenderness. Strength and innocence. Steadfastness and wonder. So often, the world seems to ask a person to choose between them, to become hard in order to be strong, or soft in a way that cannot bear the fire of real life. But the Master's words admit no such split. True fearlessness does not require the death of tenderness, and genuine love does not mean the absence of strength. One must be brave enough to remain standing in the midst of difficulty and gentle enough not to let difficulty deform the heart. The sea goes on breathing around them. The ship rises and falls. Master Ryosen stands at the railing still and composed his gaze resting far beyond the visible horizon. Ren turns to the final instructions on the page. Upon retiring, sleep as if you had entered your last sleep. Upon awakening, leave your bed behind you instantly, as if you had cast away a pair of old shoes. Even this surprises him. Even sleep in his teacher's understanding is worthy of attention. Even waking is not left vague and half-hearted. To lie down is to surrender completely. To rise is to rise without clinging. Not dragging oneself reluctantly out of yesterday's warmth, not lingering in a haze of reluctance, but meeting the new day with immediacy as though one has been given life afresh and should not waste the gift by hovering at the threshold. Nothing in these teachings is treated as small. Meals, sleep speech, solitude, hospitality, action, memory, devotion, everything belongs. Everything can be lived with awareness. Everything can become part of practice. At last, Ren lowers the journal and looks up. His teacher turns toward him with patient attention. The scholars in America. Ren says softly, may expect something more unusual than this. Master Ryosen receives the remark without the slightest offense. His robe stirs in the sea wind. They may, he says. Ren glances down again, almost apologetically. These principles seem so simple. The older monk's expression does not change, but there is warmth in his eyes. Now the warmth of someone who has heard this misunderstanding many times and does not mind meeting it again. Simple, yes, he says. Easy, no. Then his voice deepens almost imperceptibly, and what he says next enters the young disciple with the force of a bell struck in clear air. My heart burns like fire, he says, but my eyes are as cold as dead ashes. The words remain between them alive in the wind. A burning heart. Cold eyes. Not the coldness of indifference, but the clarity of one who sees without distortion. Not the fire of agitation, but the fire of unwavering commitment. In that single image, the whole teaching seems to gather itself. One must care deeply, but not become clouded. One must love fully, but still perceive clearly. One must act with conviction, but not with fever. Neither blind fervor nor lifeless detachment, but the union of warmth and lucidity in one undivided life. Ren bows his head. He understands more now why the journal feels so powerful despite its plainness. These are not instructions polished for presentation. They are not a collection of noble phrases prepared for foreign admirers. They are the shape of a life already tested, already inhabited. They are what remains when philosophy has been lived long enough to become conduct. I understand a little more now, Master, he says. Master Ryosen gives the slightest nod as though to acknowledge the effort, without allowing the mind to become proud of it. Understanding, too, must be held lightly if it is to deepen. Ren returns the journal with both hands. The master receives it and turns once more toward the horizon. Then, with the same deliberate calm as before, he resumes writing. The ship continues westward across the vast Pacific, carrying him toward shores he has not yet seen, toward questions not yet asked, toward generations of seekers who will one day inherit in one form or another the simplicity he is setting down on these wind-touched pages. And standing there beside the rail, he already embodies everything he has written. He is fully engaged, yet inwardly untroubled. Deeply present, yet free of strain. Quiet, but not withdrawn. Warm in spirit, clear in perception. The journal in his hand is only a reflection of the deeper text, which is the life itself. This perhaps is the hidden practicality at the heart of Zen. Not mystical display, not the love of difficult language, but the art of shaping a day so that wisdom stops being something admired from afar and becomes something quietly lived. A steadier morning, a simpler meal, a truer word, a calmer mind, a heart with fire in it and eyes cool enough to see. As you rest more deeply now, let these principles settle near you without effort. Not as burdens, not as commands, only as small lights placed gently along the path of an ordinary life. Transformation rarely arrives through grandeur. More often, it begins in sincerity, in repetition, in the humble willingness to let one clear truth descend into the body and remain there. So breathe softly once more, and let the steamship begin to fade into mist and distance. Let the salt wind fall away. Let the vast Pacific recede behind you. And now, as the scene changes, travel inward and backward through the centuries, to an older land beneath an older sun. You find yourself on a dusty road leading toward a small village near Sravasti in ancient India. Afternoon light pours warmly over the earth. Heat rises in slow, shimmering waves from the path. Slender trees offer scattered patches of shade, their leaves stirring gently in a breeze that carries the mingled scents of cooking fires, ripening fruit, and sun-warmed soil. From the village ahead come fragments of ordinary life laughter voices, the dull rhythm of grain being pounded, the soft call of birds hidden somewhere in the branches. Along this road comes a gathering of travelers moving around a single central figure. Even from a distance, there is something unmistakable about him. Not wealth, not power, not any outward show. It is the quality of presence that surrounds him, a stillness so complete that those near him seem to move within its field. This is Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, walking with his disciples from village to village, offering teachings not through abstraction alone, but through direct encounter with the lives before him. His robe is simple, his bearing is unforced, yet nothing in him suggests deprivation. He moves with the ease of one who has laid down an immense burden. Closest to him walk the monks, attentive and reverent. Behind them come others of every kind, the poor and the prosperous, farmers and merchants, the curious and the devoted, all drawn by the rumor of a man whose wisdom does not humiliate and whose compassion does not exclude. Near a broad banyan tree, the Buddha pauses to rest in the shade. A wooden bowl of water is offered. It is accepted with a slight nod. There is no ceremony, no display, only the quiet rhythm of a journey briefly interrupted. And it is then, in that very ordinary pause, that another figure begins to approach from the village road. She is an old woman bent by years of labor, moving carefully beneath the weight of age. Her clothing is plain, worn by work and weather. By all appearances, she is poor. Yet there is something unyielding in the way she comes forward. Her face is deeply lined by sun and time, but her expression is clear intent and utterly unafraid. In another moment, she will stand before the Buddha himself. The old woman comes on slowly, one careful step at a time, her body bent by years, her movements shaped by labor. Her clothing is simple and weather-worn, the fabric rough and faded by sundust and long use. In her thin arms, she carries a small bundle of sticks gathered for her cooking fire, though the load seems almost too heavy for her now. And yet there is nothing weak in the way she approaches. Age has made her body frail, but not her presence. There is a firmness in her that cannot be missed. The people gathered beneath the banyan tree shift slightly to make space for her, perhaps assuming she has come like so many others to receive a blessing, to bow in reverence, or to ask a question with trembling humility. But something in her face says otherwise. Her eyes are bright and direct. They do not shine with devotion. They hold the sharper light of scrutiny. Several of the disciples notice it at once. The woman sets down her bundle of sticks with a small sigh, straightens as much as her body will allow, and then simply looks at the Buddha for a long moment. Not glancing, not hesitating, looking, studying him as one might study a craftsman whose reputation has spread far and wide, while still wondering whether the work itself can bear inspection. The Buddha meets her gaze with perfect calm. There is no sign in him of expectation, no subtle readiness for praise. no faint tightening in anticipation of criticism. His attention remains open, quiet, and unguarded. It is as if he has made no distinction at all between the kind voice and the harsh one before either has spoken. At last, the woman says in a voice stronger than anyone might expect from someone so slight and worn by age, "So you are the one they call the Buddha, the one who teaches loving kindness to all beings." "I am," he replies. Nothing more, no explanation, no adornment, no attempt to guide the conversation towards safer ground. Only a simple answer offered without pride and without false modesty. A faint tension passes through the gathered disciples. This is not how people usually speak when they come before their teacher. Most approach with reverence, many with need, some with awe. But this woman does not appear overwhelmed by his presence at all. If anything, she seems to have come carrying a grievance. "They say you possess great wisdom," she continues. "They say your compassion extends to everyone. They say you teach a path beyond suffering." Her tone suggests that these praises do not impress her. The Buddha says nothing. He only listens. And in that silence, there is something remarkable. He does not rush to confirm the words spoken about him, but neither does he reject them theatrically. He does not defend his reputation. He does not claim it. He leaves space for the woman to say exactly what she has come to say. "I have watched you and your followers pass through our village many times," she says, gesturing faintly back toward the road. "And each time I see the same thing. People bring you food. They place gifts before you. They bow their heads. They speak to you with respect, and you answer them gently. They offer reverence, and you return kindness." She pauses, and the air beneath the tree seems to tighten. "Yet I have noticed something strange about this famous compassion of yours." Now the disciples exchange glances. The younger monks especially seem unsettled. One or two shift their weight as though ready to step forward if the woman becomes openly insulting. To them, this may sound dangerously close already. But the Buddha remains entirely at ease and seeing that the others restrain themselves. His stillness quietly holds them in place. The old woman continues, and her voice grows sharper. "When people speak kindly to you, you answer kindly in return. When they treat you with respect, you respond with respect. When they praise you, you smile gently at them." She leans forward slightly now and lifts one aged hand, pointing a finger directly toward him. This is not loving kindness. This is merely exchanging pleasantness with those who already adore you. A hush falls over the entire gathering. Even the sounds from the distant village seem to recede for a moment, as though the afternoon itself were listening. The accusation hangs there in the warm air, startling in its boldness. Very few would dare speak to the Buddha in such a way, and fewer still would do so in front of monks, villagers, and travelers gathered around him. Yet the old woman does not tremble. Her face remains set with the hard-earned certainty of someone who has spent a long life watching human beings say beautiful things and then fail to live by them. The disciples wait for a reaction, but there is no flicker of offense in the Buddha's expression, no tightening around the eyes, no defensiveness, no irritation disguised as patience. He listens to her criticism with the same attention he might have given to a prayer. anyone can be kind to those who are kind to them, the woman says. Even dishonest men can manage that much. Even the cruel can be pleasant when it benefits them. So where is this special compassion I keep hearing about? I do not see it. The younger monks lower their eyes. Some seem embarrassed for her. Some perhaps are embarrassed for themselves because her words have struck closer than they wish to admit. The older disciples remain silent, though their faces show that they too feel the force of what is being spoken. The Buddha continues to look at her, and now very slowly, something unexpected appears on his face. He smiles. Not the smile of someone dismissing an accusation. Not the careful smile of a teacher trying to pacify an agitated person. Not the thin smile of superiority. It is a warm and genuine smile, almost grateful in its softness, as though the woman has just handed him something of real value. "You are quite right," he says. The words ripple through the crowd more powerfully than a denial would have. Simple reciprocity, he explains, is not what I mean by loving kindness. He inclines his head to her slightly, the gesture unforced and sincere. Thank you for reminding us of something important. The old woman's face changes, though only by a little. It is not surrender, not admiration, only the smallest disruption of the certainty with which she came. Perhaps she expected anger. Perhaps she expected a polished reply meant to protect spiritual authority. Instead, she has been met with agreement. Then the Buddha asks in the same calm voice, "Tell me, if someone were to offer you a gift, but you chose not to accept it, to whom would the gift belong?" The woman narrows her eyes. The question is so ordinary, so practical, that for a moment it seems almost unrelated. But she answers without hesitation. "To the giver, of course. If I do not take it, it remains with the one who offered it." The Buddha nods gently, and in that small movement something begins to shift beneath the surface of the moment. The disciples sense it, though. They may not yet see where the teaching will lead. The villagers listen more closely. Even the old woman, despite herself, has grown stiller. A breeze moves through the leaves overhead. The shade trembles softly upon the ground. Beside her feet, the bundle of sticks lies, where she placed it, dry and uneven, tied together with a rough length of cord. The road beyond the tree glows pale beneath the afternoon sun. All is ordinary, all is quiet, and in that quiet, a doorway is opening. The Buddha's eyes remain kind but clear. What he is about to say will not defeat the woman, and it will not diminish her. It will simply reveal, with the ease of water, finding its own level, the deeper freedom hidden inside the exchange they have just shared. And there, beneath the banyan tree, with the whole gathering breathing in silence around them, the teaching begins to unfold. The old woman narrows her eyes, only slightly, as though testing whether this question is a diversion or the beginning of an answer. But she replies at once, because the logic is simple enough for anyone to see. "To the giver, of course," she says. "If I do not accept it, it remains with the one who offered it." The Buddha inclines his head gently. "And so it is with anger, harsh words, and criticism. If I do not accept and hold them inside myself, they remain with the one who offered them." He says it without triumph, without correction sharpened into superiority. There is no trace of "you see, I am above this." There is only clarity, only the calm unveiling of something that has always been true. The listeners beneath the banyan tree grow quieter still. Some had expected the Buddha to defend himself. Others perhaps expected him to endure the insult with a saintly silence. But this is neither defense nor passive tolerance. It is something more lucid than either. He has not pushed the woman away yet, neither has he taken her anger into himself and become shaped by it. Her expression shifts a little, not all at once, not into reverence, not into easy surrender, but something in her certainty loosens. But what of my criticism itself, she asks. Do you deny that it may be true? On the contrary, the Buddha replies, and now there is a warmth in his voice that causes several of the disciples to lower their eyes in sudden reflection. I welcome truth however it arrives. What you said is valuable. Loving kindness that extends only to those who flatter us is not loving kindness at all. It is merely preference, dressed in gentle language. The old woman says nothing for a moment. A breeze passes through the banyan leaves above them, stirring patches of light and shadow across the dusty ground. Somewhere beyond the tree, a child laughs in the village, and the sound fades almost as soon as it appears. The bundle of sticks still lies at the woman's feet, dry and rough and ordinary. Yet, in the stillness of this exchange, even those simple sticks seem to have become part of the teaching. The Buddha turns slightly not away from her, but enough to include the gathered monks and villagers in what he says next. We are all learning this, he says, myself included. It is easy to be gentle when met with gentleness, easy to remain open when nothing in us feels threatened. But compassion that depends on comfort is still fragile. It has not yet ripened into freedom. Several of the monks bow their heads more deeply. Their early discomfort now gives way to a more honest recognition. The woman had spoken with harshness, yes, but she had also exposed something real, something many prefer not to examine. It is much easier to imagine oneself compassionate than to remain compassionate in the moment one is tested. The old woman studies the Buddha again, though her face has softened almost imperceptibly. Then you are not offended, she asks. How could I be offended by truth, he says. You have reminded us of something essential. True compassion does not divide the world into those who please us and those who disturb us. It does not open to the sweet voice and close to the bitter one. It makes no such distinction. His smile deepens, though it remains quiet and entirely without display. In this way, you have offered us a teaching today. A faint murmur passes through the listeners. Not confusion now, but recognition. What began as an accusation has become instruction, not because the Buddha out-argued the woman, and not because he forced the moment into some spiritual performance, but because he remained available to what was true in it. He did not cling to reputation. He did not defend an image. He did not need to win. And because of that, the whole encounter has changed. The old woman glances down at her bundle of firewood. Her face, so firm when she first approached, now carries the beginning of something more complex. Not devotion, not even full agreement, but perhaps the first movement of respect. Perhaps she says slowly, there is something to your teaching after all. The words are plain, almost reluctant, yet they carry more honesty than any polished praise might have done. Then she bends to lift the bundle of sticks. Before she can raise it fully, the Buddha steps forward and without ceremony helps her bring it into her arms. It is the smallest of gestures. No sermon accompanies it. No one is instructed to admire it. His hand simply meets the weight with hers for a moment, and together they lift the bundle. In that brief act, all the distance between revered teacher and stern critic disappears. There is only one human being helping another with a burden. Their hands touch the rough cord binding the sticks. Then the woman straightens steadier now and holds the bundle close against her body. The Buddha meets her eyes once more. She gives the slightest nod, almost too small to notice, and turns back toward the village road. As she walks away, she seems somehow a little less bent than before, not because age has left her, but because some invisible weight has been set down. The disciples watch her retreating figure in silence. At last the Buddha speaks. "One of our greatest teachers has just left us," he says quietly. The monks look up. He continues, "Remember this. Loving kindness is not the exchange of pleasantness. It is not a bargain of mutual approval. It is the capacity to remain open even when what comes toward us is sharp, unwelcome, or difficult to hear." His gaze follows the old woman until she becomes small upon the road. The roughest words may still carry hidden fire, he says. If met with defensiveness, they burn. If met with awareness, they may give light. There is much to reflect on in that. The woman's bundle of sticks becomes in the mind more than a bundle. Each stick is common, dry, unremarkable. Yet together, they are able to carry flame. In the same way, criticism may seem coarse, irritating, even painful in its form, and still contain a useful ember, but only if one does not grasp its heat too quickly and turn it into injury. So much of human suffering grows from this very habit. Someone speaks. We seize the words at once. We press them against the tenderest part of ourselves. Then we call the pain unavoidable, when often it was our own holding that gave it shape. The Buddha does not teach numbness here. He does not suggest that harshness is pleasant, or that all criticism is wise. Rather, he reveals a more subtle freedom to receive what is true without swallowing the poison of reactivity that often comes wrapped around it. This is not disconnection. It is engagement without entanglement. It is hearing without surrendering the center of one's being. As you drift deeper now, perhaps, with your breathing slower and your thoughts more widely spaced, let this meeting beneath the banyan tree settle softly within you. Think of the next criticism that stings, the next hard conversation, the next person whose words feel rough in your hands like dry sticks gathered from the roadside. Perhaps hidden there among irritation and misunderstanding is some small ember of truth. Perhaps the challenge is not to approve of the whole bundle, but to see clearly what may still illuminate. The old woman came to test the Buddha and left having taught his disciples. Such things happen often in life, though we rarely notice them while they are occurring. The one we resist may be carrying precisely the lesson we most need. The voice that grates against our self-image may be revealing the edge where growth is waiting. So rest with that for a while. No need to force understanding. No need to decide which criticism in your life is valid and which is empty. Only feel the possibility that not every unwelcome word must become a wound. And now, as the banyan tree fades, as the village road grows dim in the gathering dusk of your mind, let the scene change once more. Travel northward and forward through time into the mountains of ancient China, where snow is beginning to fall over a monastery courtyard, and where another seeker stands at the edge of what effort and understanding can do. There, in the cold silence of winter, a question is about to sharpen into desperation, and a teacher, instead of answering it, will demand something far more difficult. Snow is falling over the monastery courtyard, not in a storm, not with violence, but with the quiet persistence of winter settling more deeply into the world. The roofs of the temple buildings hold a pale, white stillness. Pine branches bow slightly beneath the gathering weight. The stone path that crosses the courtyard has nearly disappeared beneath a soft covering of new snow, and each sound seems gentler now, as though the cold itself has wrapped the mountain in silence. You are in ancient China, high among the hills, where a Zen monastery stands, with the severe beauty of a life stripped down to essentials. The air is clean and sharp. Breath becomes visible as it leaves the body. Somewhere within the meditation hall, a wooden drum sounds. At measured intervals, its low rhythm passing through the winter hush, like a pulse. Across the courtyard, a monk is moving quickly. He is young, no longer yet, not old. His face is thin from discipline. His robe is simple. His steps are controlled, but beneath that control there is strain. The kind of strain that comes not from physical labor, but from carrying a question too long without rest. Let us call him Jorin. He has studied for years. He has memorized teachings, recited sutras, listened to commentaries, bowed, sat, worked, endured silence, endured confusion, and returned again and again to practice with sincerity. Those around him know him as capable, serious, and deeply committed. But now another quality has appeared in him, something more fevered and inward. His eyes have the look of a man who has come to the edge of what effort can do and found no bridge waiting there. At the far side of the courtyard, beneath the eaves of a covered walkway, stands his teacher. Let us call him Master Izan. He is neither imposing nor ornamental. His presence does not command attention by force. It gathers attention because nothing in him leaks away. He stands in the falling snow with complete ease, as though the cold were merely another expression of the same reality that appears in sunlight, wind, and rain. He has the kind of stillness that does not feel frozen, but alive, awake, unwasted. Jorin reaches the edge of the walkway and bows deeply. Master, he says, his voice carrying an edge of controlled desperation. I must speak with you. Master Izan returns the bow and gestures for him to step under the shelter of the roof. Snow continues to fall just beyond them, crossing the open courtyard in white threads. For a moment, neither of them speaks. Their footprints remain side by side in the fresh snow behind them, already beginning to soften at the edges. At last, the master says, "What troubles you?" The question is simple, but there is no haste in it. No encouragement and no discouragement. Only space. Only an opening in which the student may reveal what he has carried in silence for too long. Jorin gathers himself. His breath comes more quickly than he intends, forming pale clouds in the winter air. His hands clench briefly at his sides, then relax with effort. Master, he begins, I have studied the sutras. I have learned the teachings. I have examined the commentaries and practiced meditation without neglect for many years. I have given myself wholly to this path. And yet, he stops, his jaw tightening. And yet I still cannot answer the one question that remains. Master Izan says nothing. Jorin lifts his eyes. What was my original face before my parents were born? The question hangs between them in the cold air like one of the suspended snowflakes drifting just beyond the roofline. It is not a question of flesh, nor of ancestry. Not a question about identity in the ordinary sense. It points deeper than personality, deeper than memory, deeper than story. It asks what one truly is before all conditioning, before all roles, before all accumulated thought. It asks about the essential nature that existed before the world began naming and shaping the self. Jorin's voice grows more strained as he continues. I understand the words around it. I understand what others say it points toward. I can speak of emptiness, Buddha nature, and suchness. But none of it resolves the question. None of it breaks open. I stand before it like a blind man pressing at a wall. The master's gaze remains steady on him, neither cold nor indulgent. He does not rush to answer. He does not dismiss the student's anguish. He allows the question to ripen in the silence. Please, Master Jorin says, and now the crack in his composure is plainly visible. Explain it to me. I have reached the limits of my understanding. I can go no further without your guidance. There is a long pause. Snow gathers on the courtyard stones. The drum from within the hall continues its slow, measured tone. Somewhere in the distance, wood snaps in a kitchen fire. Then, Master Izan speaks. If I explained it to you, he says quietly, it would become my understanding, not yours. The words land with the weight of something both gentle and severe. Jorin stares at him. For a moment, frustration flashes openly across his face. Then how am I to penetrate it? He asks. What more can I possibly do? I have exhausted every approach I know. I have followed every instruction. I have studied until words dried out in my mouth. I have sat until my body vanished into pain. Still the question remains. Master Izan does not soften what must be said. If a man climbs to the top of a 100-foot pole, he asks, how can he take one step further? Jorin's eyes widen slightly. The image enters him at once. A climber already at the top. No place left to stand. No visible path ahead. No safe movement possible. It is exactly his condition. He has climbed by discipline, by intellect, by sincerity, by sheer force of striving. He has reached the highest point effort can reach. And now his teacher speaks of one more step. But how I do not know, Jorin admits his voice barely above the hiss of the falling snow. I have climbed as high as I can. I have exhausted every method. If you will not guide me further, what am I to do? Master Izan looks at him with eyes that hold both unwavering demand and profound compassion. Then, with no flourish at all, he gives the only answer he intends to give. Let go. Just those two words. Nothing more. And then the master turns and walks away, his footsteps receding across the courtyard, as snow begins to gather in them almost immediately. Jorin remains standing beneath the covered walkway, motionless. The winter air touches his face. The drum continues sounding from within the hall, patient and indifferent. Let go. The instruction is infuriating in its simplicity. It offers no concept to grasp, no explanation to polish, no technique to add to the many he has already tried. It removes rather than provides. It takes away the final support. And perhaps that is why it is unbearable. In the days that follow, those in the monastery begin to notice a change in him. Jorin continues his duties. He chops wood. He carries water. He sweeps the walkways and helps prepare the meals. But the feverish frustration that once clung to him has altered. It has not disappeared, but it has deepened into something quieter and more resolved. He speaks less, eats less, sleeps less. His eyes often seem fixed on something that cannot be seen, as though he is tracking a path that keeps vanishing the moment he thinks he has found it. The question remains with him everywhere, in the sound of the broom against stone, in the weight of the water bucket, in the steam rising from rice at dawn, in the white silence of the mountain. What was his original face before his parents were born? And what could it possibly mean to let go when the very one trying to let go is the problem itself? He does not yet know that the answer will not come through study or strain or one final heroic effort. It will arrive in another way and at an hour he cannot predict. But for now, he lives inside the tension of the unanswered, and the whole winter monastery seems to breathe around that silent struggle. With those two words, the master turns and walks away, his footsteps gradually disappearing beneath the falling snow, leaving Jorin alone beneath the covered walkway. From within the meditation hall, the wooden drum continues its steady rhythm, counting moments that now feel both precious and unbearable. The weeks that follow bring a visible change in him. He continues his duties around the monastery as before. He chops wood, he carries water, he helps prepare the meals, he sweeps the paths and tends to the practical rhythms of temple life. Yet something in the quality of his effort has altered. The sharp frustration that once drove him has not exactly vanished, but it has deepened into something quieter, more concentrated, and more absolute. He speaks little, he eats little, he sleeps little. Those who pass him in the temple grounds notice that his eyes often seem fixed on something beyond the visible world, as though he is tracking a quarry only he can sense. The question remains with him everywhere. It follows him into the kitchen before dawn, where steam rises from the rice pots in the dim half-light. It stays with him in the bitter morning air as he splits wood in the yard. It echoes faintly while he scrubs bowls, folds robes, and listens to the wind moving through the pines. And always beneath it is the master's impossible instruction: let go. But what does it mean to let go when the one trying to let go is precisely what stands in the way? What can be released when every effort to release becomes yet another act of grasping? Winter deepens around the monastery. Snow comes and goes. Ice gathers at the edges of stone basins in the mornings, then loosens under the pale afternoon light. The mountain remains quiet, austere, and patient. It offers Jorin nothing he can use and nothing he can reject. Then one day, while sweeping a narrow path through the bamboo grove behind the temple, something utterly ordinary occurs. His broom catches a small stone half hidden beneath the frost. The stone jumps loose, flies through the air, and strikes the hollow side of a bamboo stalk with a clear, resonant note. A single sound, nothing elaborate, nothing mystical, no vision, no voice from the heavens, only a brief tone, pure and complete, hanging in the cold air. And in that instant, something opens, or perhaps something stops. The pressure that has been coiled within him for so long breaks apart all at once. The question that drove him, the effort that sustained it, the endless reaching of the mind toward an answer it could never grasp. All of it drops away in a single, unguarded moment. What his teacher would not explain has become clear without explanation. Not because the sound contained a message, but because for one instant, there was no one left standing outside reality trying to seize it. Jorin's broom slips from his hands. He begins to laugh, not the laughter of embarrassment, and not the sharp laughter of someone becoming unhinged, but the open, delighted laughter of a man who has finally seen that what he sought was never hidden where he had been looking. Tears stream down his face. He stands perfectly still in the winter bamboo grove, while laughter rises from him like water released from a long-blocked spring. The cold air touches his skin. The stalks sway faintly overhead. The sound has already vanished, yet what it revealed does not vanish with it. That evening, after darkness settles over the temple and the lamps have been lit, Jorin appears outside Master Izan's room. His face is changed now. Gone is the desperate strain that marked their conversation beneath the covered walkway. Gone too is the wild intensity of the first moment after his awakening. In its place is something quieter, clearer, and strangely luminous, as though an inner knot has been untied and all his features have softened around the release. Master Izan looks at him only once before speaking. "You have found something," he says. It is not a question. Jorin bows deeply. "Master, today, I heard a stone strike bamboo, and what you would not explain to me became clear without explanation." The old teacher nods, and in his eyes, there is neither surprise nor display, only the quiet satisfaction of one who has watched a seed finally break open in its own time. "Can you put it into words?" he asks. He is not asking for a theory. He is testing something more subtle. Does the student now understand the poverty of explanation, or has he merely replaced one concept with another? Jorin lifts his head. "One note of bamboo and all my questions vanished," he says. "All my previous knowledge is like a single hair against the vast sky. All my experience is like a drop of water thrown into a deep ravine." The master listens. Jorin does not describe what he has understood. He describes instead how radically his relationship to knowing itself has changed. Where once he wanted understanding as a possession, something secured and held, he now sees that the one trying to possess it was itself the obstruction. The search has collapsed into immediacy. "The 100-foot pole," Master Izan says after a pause, reminding him of their earlier exchange. "What of it?" A faint smile appears on Jorin's face. "There is no pole," he says. "There is no climber. There is no step to take." And then the teacher smiles too. Nothing more needs to be said. Not because the truth is secret, but because it does not live inside language the way ordinary knowledge does. Words may circle it, bow toward it, hint at its shape, but they cannot hold it without immediately becoming something smaller than what they indicate. Years pass. Jorin himself becomes a respected teacher. The desperation that once consumed him has long since burned clean away, leaving in its place a presence at once gentle and severe. He guides others now, as Master Izan guided him, not by feeding the mind what it craves, but by refusing to let it mistake explanation for awakening. One day, a young monk comes to him with the same urgent intensity Jorin once carried through the snow. "Master," the monk says, "I have studied diligently and practiced without cease. Yet I am still tormented by questions about mind and reality. Please resolve my doubts once and for all." Jorin looks at him for a long moment. Then, without speaking, he raises one hand and extends 2 fingers. With the other hand, he reaches for a candle burning nearby. The flame is small, steady, and clear. To the monk's astonishment, Jorin brings his fingers directly into it. The young monk gasps. The flame licks at the skin. The scent of burning flesh begins to rise into the air. Yet Jorin does not flinch. His eyes remain clear and unwavering, fixed on the monk before him. "Master, stop!" the monk cries, reaching forward in horror. "Why would you do such a thing?" Jorin withdraws his hand at last. His fingers are blackened at the tips. He looks at the young monk with complete calm. "I burned my fingers to answer your questions," he says. "If understanding comes at such a price, how many questions will you continue to bring?" The monk falls silent. In that moment, he sees something no explanation could have given him. Not that pain itself is holy, and not that wisdom is earned through self-harm, but that genuine understanding costs more than curiosity, more than analysis, more than the pleasant collecting of teachings. It asks for one's whole being. It asks for sincerity so total that the hunger to remain comfortable can no longer set the terms. The questions that seemed so urgent only moments before begin to look different in his own mind. Not false exactly, but shallow in the way thirst is shallow when one stands already inside a river. He bows deeply, then backs away and leaves without another word. His doubts have not been answered. They have been burned through. This story cuts against many of our comforting assumptions about spiritual life. We often imagine wisdom can be gathered the way one gathers ideas, by reading enough, hearing enough, comparing enough, thinking enough. We approach teachings like careful shoppers, sampling what appeals to us, collecting what feels useful, hoping eventually to assemble a satisfying picture of truth while remaining fundamentally unchanged. But Jorin's path reveals something harsher and more merciful. Real understanding does not come from merely adding more to the mind. It comes when the mind has reached its own limit and can no longer pretend that one more thought, one more explanation, one more layer of effort will finally solve what was never a puzzle in the first place. The stone striking bamboo was not extraordinary in itself. Such a sound had likely occurred many times before. What changed was the hearer. Or more precisely, what changed was the collapse of the one standing apart, trying to master experience from outside it. Only then could the simplest sound become enough. So, as you rest now perhaps heavier and quieter than before, notice where in your own life you may still be standing atop that 100-foot pole. Notice where you keep searching for one more answer, when what is needed may be a different kind of surrender. Not passivity, not defeat, but the letting go of the one who wants to own truth instead of becoming transparent to it. And now, as the snow-covered temple grows faint, as the bamboo grove recedes into darkness, let the mountain air soften and warm. Let the cold winter silence give way to the hushed elegance of another world. Travel onward now to medieval Japan, where lantern light glows against polished wood, where silk rustles in carefully arranged rooms, and where a wealthy host is about to learn that true hospitality cannot be purchased through display. The mountain cold softens. The snow and bamboo recede into darkness. In their place comes the hush of another world, warmer and more refined, though no less hungry for truth. You are now in 15th century Kyoto. Evening has settled over the city with a soft blue stillness. Lanterns burn behind paper screens. The air carries the faint scent of cedar sandalwood and distant cooking fires. somewhere beyond the walls of the great houses, a flute is being played. Its notes thin and elegant in the night. You find yourself approaching an impressive mansion where servants move quickly across polished wooden corridors, making final preparations for an important gathering. Inside, a wealthy silk merchant paces restlessly from room to room. Let us call him Lord Dyson. His robes are of the finest weave. The sleeves fall in careful folds. His hair is arranged with precision. Every object in the reception hall has been chosen to communicate taste, prosperity, and rank. Low tables have been set with exquisite dishes. Rare ceramics catch the lantern light. Incense burns in subtle curls. In the kitchen, delicacies are being prepared with almost ceremonial care. Nothing has been left to chance. Yet despite all this beauty, there is unease in him. He pauses to inspect the flower arrangement in an alcove, then adjusts it himself by the smallest degree. He questions a servant about the placement of the sake cups. He checks the screens, the cushions, the lacquered trays. Again and again, his eyes move over the room, not with satisfaction, but with calculation. Tonight must go well. A respected Zen master has accepted his invitation, and Dyson wants more than the honor of hosting him. He wants the reflected glow of that honor to fall upon himself. He wants his guests to remember that such a man came to his house. He wants admiration to deepen around his name like rich color soaking into silk. Everything must be perfect, he whispers to his chief servant. Master Kato must be impressed. The servant bows and withdraws. Soon the guests begin to arrive, local officials, merchants, minor nobles, men whose words shape alliances and fortunes, whose smiles may conceal rivalry as easily as courtesy. Their conversation is elegant, but beneath it runs a quieter current of ambition. Compliments are offered. Status is measured. Alliances shift invisibly through tone timing and restraint. The whole evening has the surface beauty of still water and the hidden movement of something much less calm beneath. Then the room changes. A hush ripples through the gathering as another guest enters. He is not dressed like the others. His robe is plain. His hair is less ordered than refined society would prefer. Nothing about him suggests performance or ornament. Yet his presence alters the air more completely than all the silk lacquer incense and rare wine in the house. This is Master Kaito. He is known throughout the region not for predictability, but for unsettling clarity. Some admire him, some fear him a little. Many do not know what to make of him, but none who meet him forget him. Lord Dyson hurries forward at once and bows more deeply than necessary. Master Kaito, he says, his voice polished with nervous enthusiasm. What an honor it is to welcome you into my home. The monk gives a small nod and steps inside. No grand blessing, no formal speech, no admiring remark about the house. Only that quiet nod, as if he has entered not a mansion, but simply another place where beings are trying in their various ways to find contentment. The guests watch him closely. Dyson guides him to a place of honor, expecting perhaps that the master will say something memorable, or at least signal appreciation for the care lavished upon the evening. But Master Kaito simply sits cross-legged with complete ease, as though the finest room in Kyoto and a bare temple floor are of no real difference to him. His eyes move gently across the hall, resting on each person without clinging. He seems not impressed, not dismissive, not curious in the ordinary sense, only present. Servants begin to bring dish after dish. There is delicately prepared river fish, mountain vegetables, arranged like small works of art, fragrant rice, rare pickled roots, broths clear as amber, and cups of excellent sake filled again and again. Ceramic meets wood with the faintest music. Conversation rises, falls, and rises again. Laughter appears at carefully chosen moments. Compliments are offered to the host. Yet each time Daisen glances toward Master Kaito, he feels a small new ripple of discomfort. The monk remains mostly silent. He eats a little, drinks little, and says almost nothing. This silence unsettles the merchant more than criticism would have. Praise can be received. Objections can be answered. But silence leaves a man alone with his own motives, and that is a place many wealthy hosts do not care to remain for long. As the evening deepens, the cups continue to circulate. Voices grow warmer. Formality loosens slightly. Daisen begins to hope that perhaps the gathering has succeeded after all. That even if the monk says nothing remarkable, his mere presence will be enough to sanctify the occasion. Then quite suddenly, Master Kaito sets down his cup and rises to his feet. The room stills. Every eye turns toward him. Daisen stands at once. Master, is something lacking? Shall I have another dish prepared? Another wine brought? The monk looks at him with a calm expression that reveals nothing accusatory and nothing indulgent. Water, he says. The merchant blinks. Water, Commonweal water. Master Kaito replies. For a moment, no one moves. The request lands oddly in the carefully arranged atmosphere of the evening. Water, not the finest sake in the city, not some rare tea, not a hidden delicacy, only water. Plain, common, unadorned. Daisen recovers quickly. Of course, master. A servant will bring it at once. But the monk gently shakes his head. Not brought, he says. Let us go to the well. A flicker of confusion passes through the guests. Some glance at one another. Others try to read meaning into the request and fail. Daisen himself hesitates for only a breath before bowing again. As you wish. So the host leads the way through a side corridor and out into the garden, with several guests following at a respectful distance, unable to resist seeing what will unfold. The night air is cooler than the crowded hall. After the warmth of the banquet rooms, it feels fresh and unexpectedly cleansing. Gravel crunches softly underfoot. Pine shadows lie dark along the path. Somewhere nearby, water drips at slow intervals from a stone basin. Overhead, the sky is clear, and the full moon hangs luminous and complete above the garden, washing everything in pale silver. In one corner stands a simple stone well. Compared to the banquet hall, it seems almost austere. No silk hangs here. No incense curls through the air. No lacquered trays or costly vessels announce refinement. Only rough stone, a wooden bucket, a rope, a pulley, and the cool night surrounding them. Master Kaito steps toward the well and rests one hand lightly on its stone edge. Then he leans forward and looks down. The others do the same. Far below, held in the dark still water, the full moon appears again, perfectly reflected round and luminous in the humble depth of the well. No one speaks. The merchant stands beside the monk, his earlier confidence replaced now by uncertainty. He does not yet understand what is being shown to him, but he senses that the lesson has already begun. Master Kaito takes hold of the rope and begins to lower the bucket. The pulley creaks softly in the night, its sound at once ordinary and strangely resonant. Down the bucket goes deeper and deeper, until at last it touches the water. The moon's reflection trembles and breaks apart for an instant as ripples move across the surface. Then slowly, it gathers itself again. The monk pauses with one hand on the rope. "Look," he says quietly. "What do you see?" The moon answers one of the guests. "Yes," says Master Kaito. "The moon travels through the vast sky, yet its reflection rests here in an ordinary well." He draws the bucket upward. Water glistens on the rope. The wooden vessel rises from darkness into moonlight, full and clear. He lifts it, drinks deeply, and closes his eyes for a brief moment, as if savoring something far finer than the expensive sake waiting behind them in the mansion. "Delicious," he says at last. "More refreshing than wine." The guests remain silent. The merchant watches him with growing unease because he can feel the distance between what he intended tonight and what is being revealed. All his preparations suddenly seem fragile in the presence of this cool water and reflected moonlight. Master Kaito turns the bucket slightly so that the moon dances on its surface. "The moon does not choose where it will be reflected," he says. "It shines on palaces and hovels with the same light. The well receives it without pride. The water offers it without claim." Then he extends the bucket toward Lord Daisen. The merchant accepts it with both hands. The wood is cool against his skin. The water inside moves gently, catching the moonlight again and again. And there in the garden beneath the silent full moon, with the night air resting softly on every face, he begins to understand that the monk has not come to admire his banquet at all. He has come to show him something simpler and far more difficult. Lord Daisen holds the bucket carefully in both hands. The wood is cool against his palms. The water inside moves with the smallest trembling motion, and each tremor gathers and releases the moon again. For a few breaths, he says nothing. The guests remain silent behind him. Even the garden seems to have become still in expectation, as though the pines, the stone lanterns, the moss-dark ground, and the clear night sky are all participating in the lesson now unfolding. Master Kaito looks at him without pressure. "Your hospitality has been generous," he says at last. "But I wonder whether it is like this well water offered freely and without calculation, or whether it is more like a transaction given in the hope of receiving admiration in return." The words fall gently, but they land where no elaborate compliment could ever reach. Daisen feels their truth at once. A nearby official, perhaps anxious on the host's behalf, steps forward and says with polite defensiveness, "Surely our host has provided the finest of everything. Nothing has been withheld." What fault could there be in such generosity? Master Kaito turns to him with the same calm attention he has given to everyone else that night. "I offer no fault," he replies, "only an observation. The universe itself gives more freely than we do. Sunlight does not shine more brightly for the wealthy. Rain does not fall only on the noble. Air does not ask who is worthy before entering the lungs. The moon above us does not choose one roof over another." He gestures lightly toward the well. "This water does not care whether the one who drinks from it is rich or poor, praised or ignored, refined or rough. It simply gives, completely, naturally, without concern for reward. No one speaks. The night air feels cooler now, cleaner, as though something false has been quietly opened and allowed to disperse." Daisen looks down into the bucket once more. Moonlight shivers on the surface. A few drops slide along the rim and touch his fingers. In that simple sensation, something in him gives way. He sees all at once the hidden bargain that had shaped the entire evening. He had called it hospitality, but beneath it was ambition. He had called it generosity, but beneath it was self-display. Even his reverence toward the monk had been entangled with a wish to borrow spiritual prestige and drape it over his own name. The recognition stings, and yet strangely, it also frees him. Then, to the surprise of everyone present, Dyson begins to laugh. It is not the measured laughter of social gatherings, not the sound a man makes to smooth over discomfort or preserve appearances. It is open, genuine, almost relieved. It rises from him like something that has been locked too long behind formality and can no longer be contained. "You are right," he says, shaking his head with a kind of astonished humility. "I invited you here to impress my guests, not to hear truth. I have been giving like a merchant, always measuring the return. I wanted this evening to increase my standing. I wanted admiration to come back to me multiplied." He lifts the bucket slightly, as though it were itself the mirror in which he has just seen his own mind. "I have not been like this well at all." Master Kaito's face softens with the faintest smile. He does not press the moment or enlarge it. He simply allows the truth to remain clear in the air. Dyson bows deeply, more sincerely now than when the evening began. "Thank you," he says. "This lesson is worth more than all the rare delicacies I prepared tonight." And in that garden beneath the full moon, surrounded by guests who have all been made quieter by what they have witnessed, the merchant's wealth suddenly seems less important than his willingness to see himself without flinching. Together they return to the banquet hall, but the atmosphere has changed completely. What was once elegant now feels lighter. What was once tense with invisible calculations begins to loosen. The guests take their places again, yet something in the old choreography has fallen away. The pressure to impress has weakened. The constant measuring of rank seems less convincing beneath the memory of the well and the moon reflected in ordinary water. Master Kaito lifts a cup of sake and says, "Friends, your host has shown me his remarkable well. In its honor, let us enjoy this gathering, not as people of greater or lesser standing, but simply as human beings sharing one brief evening beneath the same moon." This time, the laughter that follows is easy and unforced. Conversation begins again, but it moves differently now. Men, who had spoken in careful layers, begin to say simpler things. Faces soften. Even Dyson himself seems transformed. He no longer circles the room in anxious self-monitoring. He no longer scans every reaction, weighing each expression for signs of approval. Instead, he moves among his guests with a more natural warmth, speaking not to manage impressions, but to be present. And Master Kaito, who arrived with nothing but a begging bowl and plain robes, becomes the quiet heart of the evening. He tells stories. He asks questions that no one can answer quickly. He listens in a way that makes each person feel, perhaps for the first time that night, less like a social role and more like a human being. The feast itself has not changed. The lanterns still glow. The dishes are still beautiful. The sake is still fine. Yet now all of it has been freed at least for a few hours from the hidden burden of self-display. Beauty can finally be enjoyed for what it is, rather than for what it may purchase. Later, when the night has grown deep and the last guests begin to depart, Daisen walks with Master Kaito to the outer gate. The garden lies silver beneath the moon. The well is quiet again. Its dark water holds the sky without effort. At the gate, the merchant bows low. "You arrived with nothing," he says, "yet gave me the most valuable gift I have ever received." Master Kaito regards him kindly. "I gave you nothing you did not already possess," he says. "I only showed you the well that has always been in your garden." Then he turns and disappears into the moonlit road, leaving the merchant standing in silence, listening to the faint sound of sandals fading into the night. As you sink deeper now, let this image remain with you. For a while the full moon reflected in a humble well, perfect though untouchable, clear though easily disturbed, offered freely to anyone willing to look. So much of life is like this. We seek meaning in grand displays, in recognition in carefully managed appearances, and all the while a simpler truth waits nearby, unadorned and patient, asking only that the water becomes still enough to receive it. Notice too, how often giving becomes entangled with subtle expectations. Gratitude, respect, advantage, return. Yet the deeper generosity shown in this story asks for none of these. It gives because giving is its nature, like the well, like moonlight, like rain. Hold that softly as the banquet hall fades and the moonlit garden grows dim. Another night is coming now, quieter still. Another well, another seeker. This time, it is not a wealthy merchant standing at the edge of insight, but a woman who has practiced long and earnestly, and who has not yet found the freedom she longs for. Soon, you will walk with her beneath a clear autumn moon, where a worn old bucket, a breaking strand of bamboo, and a scattering of water will reveal what years of effort could not. As the moonlit garden fades, and the sound of evening conversation dissolves into quiet, allow your mind to travel somewhere simpler, more secluded, and more inward. The grand house in Kyoto disappears. The polished cups, the lacquered trays, the silk robes, the careful smiles, all of it falls away. In its place rises a small temple resting against forested hills, where the night is still, and the air carries the faint fragrance of cedar-damp earth and cold stone. The paths between the temple buildings are narrow and worn smooth by many quiet footsteps. Their roofs curve gently toward the sky. A few lanterns burn behind paper screens, but much of the grounds has already surrendered to moonlight. Crickets hum softly in the distance. Somewhere nearby, water moves with a sound so slight, it is almost more felt than heard. Along one of the stone paths walks a young nun. Let us call her Sister Ayame. She moves carefully through the temple grounds carrying a wooden pail toward the eastern well. Unlike the others who have already retired for the evening, she has remained awake. Her face, pale in the silver light, carries both sincerity and strain. She has practiced for years with great diligence. She has listened carefully, meditated faithfully, and followed the discipline of temple life with humility. Yet the awakening she longs for has not come. Others speak of stillness, becoming clear of the mind, falling open, of seeing directly into one's own true nature. Ayame has heard these words many times. She has admired them, repeated them, pondered them, even prayed over them, but they still remain just beyond her grasp. Tonight, as she walks toward the well, that old ache is with her again. It is not dramatic, not wild, not the noisy frustration of someone impatient for achievement. It is quieter than that, and perhaps more painful. It is the sorrow of one who has truly given herself to the path and still feels that some invisible gate remains closed. She has done what was asked of her. She has practiced sincerely, and yet understanding has not ripened into direct seeing. The temple is very still around her. Moonlight filters through the branches overhead and falls in pale bands across the path. The hem of her robe brushes the stones with a faint whispering sound. The wooden pail in her hands is old, reinforced by strips of bamboo worn smooth from years of use. It is a humble object, ordinary in every way, and yet tonight it will become part of something far greater than its making. Ayame reaches the well and pauses. The circular stone rim gleams softly under the autumn moon. She steps closer and looks down. There, in the still dark water below the moon, appears again round and luminous, resting in the depth of the well, as though it had descended from the heavens to wait in silence. The sight holds her for a moment. How strange she thinks that something so distant can appear so near. How strange that the moon, untouched and untouchable in the great sky, should seem to rest so intimately in an ordinary pool of water. Perhaps it is this very strangeness that keeps her standing there a little longer than usual. For years she has pursued enlightenment through effort, through discipline, through concentration, through the earnest desire to understand what the masters mean when they speak of emptiness of mind, of the nature of reality, before thought divides it. Yet here, at a common well, under a clear moon, something in her quiets, not because she has found an answer, but because for a moment she stops pressing so hard against the question. She lowers the pail carefully. The rope slides through her hands with a dry, familiar sound. When the bucket reaches the water below, the moon's reflection trembles and breaks, then slowly gathers itself once more. Ayame watches this with unusual attention, as though the night itself were trying to speak in a language too delicate for logic. Then she begins to draw the pail upward. The weight of the water resists her. The rope tightens. Her shoulders shift with the effort. At last, the bucket rises over the rim, dripping silver in the moonlight. She sets it down for a moment and notices something that makes her pause. One of the bamboo strips holding the pail together has weakened. It is not fully broken, not yet, but it has begun to fray and loosen. A fine crack runs along the wood. The pail has aged more than she realized. It can still be used, but now every step back to the kitchen must be taken with care. She lifts it again and turns from the well. The water inside sways gently with her movement. A few drops slip through the damaged place and trail down the side of the pail. They touch her hand, then run cool over her wrist. She tightens her hold and walks more slowly along the stone path, her whole attention fixed on preserving what the bucket contains. There is something almost painfully familiar in this effort. Carrying water in a vessel beginning to fail. Trying to keep intact what cannot fully be kept. Holding with care, adjusting with care, watching every movement, hoping that enough will remain by the time one reaches the destination. She does not yet form this into words, but some deeper part of her feels the resemblance. The moonlight follows her through the trees. From time to time, she glances down into the bucket and sees the reflection still trembling there. broken now by the rippling water, yet somehow present. The moon seems to travel with her, suspended in the pale, unstable, and shimmering, as though she were carrying a fragment of the night itself back across the temple grounds. The image touches something tender in her. Perhaps without realizing it, Ayami has spent years trying to do with truth what she is now doing with this bucket, to carry it, preserve it, secure it, hold it long enough to bring it somewhere definite and name it her own, to protect a reflection and call that possession understanding, to save what was never meant to be contained. She walks on. The temple kitchen is not far now. The path narrows between two low buildings. The pail grows heavier in her arms. More water escapes through the crack, cool against her sleeve and hand. Still, she adjusts, steadies, continues. The bamboo strip strains a little more with each step. Something is about to give. And though she does not yet know it, the moment she has sought through years of practice is nearer to her now than it has ever been. Not in the meditation hall, not in doctrine, not in effort, but in this silent walk beneath the moon, carrying a cracked wooden bucket through the dark. Ayame takes another careful step, then another, her whole body subtly adjusting to the shifting weight of the water. The crack in the bucket widens under the strain. More droplets slip through and darken the stone path behind her. The night remains very still. The temple buildings sleep in silence. The moon hangs unchanged above the trees. Then halfway back to the kitchen, it happens. The bottom of the bucket suddenly gives way. There is no warning beyond the soft strain that had already been building. In one instant, the wood fails, and all the water rushes out at once, splashing over her robe, her hands, and the ground at her feet. The bucket, emptied in a single breath, becomes absurdly light in her grasp. The shock of it stops her where she stands, and in that perfect, ordinary disaster, something opens. She looks down. The moon she had been trying to carry in the bucket is no longer there. The water that held its trembling reflection has fallen away, yet the moon has not vanished at all. It is suddenly everywhere. It shines in every scattered puddle. It glimmers in each bright drop clinging to the broken wood. It appears in fragments across the wet stone, multiplied and uncontained. And above all of it, unchanged it remains in the vast clear sky where it had always been. For a suspended moment, Ayame does not think. She does not analyze what she is seeing. She does not compare it to teachings she has heard. She does not reach for a concept, a doctrine, a phrase that might explain it. The whole machinery of seeking falls silent. There is only direct seeing. What she had tried to preserve could never truly be preserved. What she had tried to contain was never contained. The reflection had seemed real because it was real, and yet it had never been something she could possess. Once the vessel broke, nothing essential was lost. On the contrary, what seemed singular became boundless. What seemed fragile revealed itself as everywhere present. A sound escapes her, then something between a laugh and a cry, rising from a depth words cannot reach. The broken bucket slips from her hands and lands on the stones forgotten. Water runs around her sandals. Moonlight flashes in every direction. She stands motionless, soaked in cold water and silver light, while the understanding she has sought for so many years moves through her all at once, effortlessly, completely. It does not arrive through argument. It does not arrive through one final triumph of discipline. It arrives because the container has failed, and with its failure, the illusion of possession fails as well. The years of striving are not wasted. The meditations, the frustrations, the faithful effort, the longing itself, all of it has prepared the ground. But the flowering comes in an instant no one could have planned. A cracked bucket, a spilled pail, water on stone, moon in fragments, moon everywhere. Later, when others ask her what happened that night, Ayame does not try to explain too much. She knows the experience cannot be captured whole in language. Still, she offers a simple verse as one might place a single lantern along a dark path for those coming after. In every way I tried to save the old pail, for the bamboo binding was weak and close to breaking. Then suddenly the bottom fell out. No more water in the pail. No more moon in the water. The poem travels quietly from one generation to another, not because it solves a philosophical puzzle, but because it points so directly towards something the heart already knows. We try in 100 ways to hold what cannot be held. We preserve identities, beliefs, images of ourselves, understandings of the path, precious conclusions about who we are and what awakening should look like. We carry them carefully, protect them, anxiously, adjust our steps to keep them intact. And all the while, the very effort to preserve becomes part of the burden. Yet when the bottom falls out, when the container fails, when what we thought we held can no longer be held, there is often a different kind of revelation waiting there. Not loss in the way we feared, not emptiness as deprivation, but the recognition that reality was never contained by our concepts in the first place. The moon was never trapped in the bucket. Truth was never trapped in our understanding of it. What is real remains real, whether the mind captures a reflection or not. This is why the moment touches something so deep in us. We know, even if only faintly, what it is to carry water in a cracked vessel. We know what it is to try to preserve certainty, image control, or self-definition, long after the bamboo strips have begun to weaken. We know the anxious care with which we walk, hoping enough will remain by the time we arrive somewhere we can call secure. But perhaps the freedom we seek does not come from carrying more skillfully. Perhaps it comes when carrying is no longer necessary. As you drift deeper now, let that possibility rest softly inside you. Notice what in your own life may feel like water in a fragile pail. Notice what you are working so hard to preserve. A role, a certainty, a grief, a hope, an image of yourself. There is no need to force anything to break. No need to dramatize letting go. Only feel the quiet relief in the thought that what is most real does not depend on your ability to contain it perfectly. The moon continues to shine whether or not the bucket holds water. Awareness remains what it is, whether or not thought can organize it into something neat and stable. Your deepest nature is not improved by grasping nor ruined by release. It is simply there, as constant as moonlight over a silent temple path. So let the old pail rest where it has fallen. Let the water return to the earth. Let the scattered reflections shimmer where they are. And now, as the monastery grounds fade into stillness and the night air softens around you, travel onward once more. The moonlit path disappears. The sound of crickets grows faint. In its place comes the cool dawn of a mountain monastery in ancient Japan, where another lesson waits. Not about the breaking of a vessel, but about the dignity of work, the natural balance of giving and receiving, and an old master who will teach without anger, without argument, and with only a single, unforgettable sentence. The younger monks never speak openly again about what happened with the hidden tools. They do not need to. The lesson has already entered too deeply for discussion to improve it. When Master Hyakujo takes up his hoe again the next morning, no ceremony marks the moment. No apology is offered. No explanation is requested. Yet the air among them has changed. Their work in the garden feels quieter now, more reverent, as though something simple and easily overlooked has been restored to its rightful dignity. The old master bends again over the soil, his hands weathered by decades of labor, move with the familiar economy of one who no longer divides life into meaningful and meaningless acts. The younger monks watch him differently now. Before they saw an old body and thought first of weakness. Now they see also devotion, participation, and the unbroken vow to remain fully inside the life one has been given. A day without work is a day without food. The saying spreads beyond the monastery because it carries within it a truth that reaches far beyond its immediate circumstance. It is not merely about labor in the practical sense, though it certainly includes that. It is not a harsh command nor a punishment for idleness. It is a recognition of balance, of reciprocity, of the deep rhythm by which life is sustained. In nature, nothing simply takes without also in some form giving. The bee gathers nectar and pollinates the flower. The tree draws nourishment from the earth and returns shade, oxygen, fruit, and eventually its body to the soil. Even decay is not separate from this exchange. The fallen leaf becomes food for the ground that will support future life. Everywhere, giving and receiving move together. Human life is no different, though we often forget it. We live so easily inside systems that hide the origins of what nourishes us. Food appears without our having seen it grown. Warmth arrives without our having cut the wood or tended the fire. Comfort gathers around us, and we begin to imagine it as something detached from effort, relationship, and mutual support. Then slowly, without noticing, we slip into a life of receiving without reverence and consuming without participation. Hyakujo's teaching interrupts that forgetting. It reminds us that nourishment is not only something taken in, it is also something joined through presence, effort, and willing contribution. To work in this sense is not merely to produce, it is to show up, to enter consciously into the shared movement of life, to offer what one can from where one stands. This is why the story remains so gentle despite its severity. The point is not that everyone must labor in the same way. The work of the elderly is not the work of the young. The work of a child is not the work of a farmer. The work of a sick person confined to bed may be no more than receiving care with grace, offering gratitude, or meeting pain without bitterness. Even that is a kind of participation. Even that belongs to the great exchange. What matters is not uniform output. What matters is sincerity of presence. Are we inhabiting our life or merely passing through it? Are we offering what we can, however small, however quiet, however unseen? Or are we gradually training ourselves to remain passive, expecting sustenance of body, mind, and spirit, while withholding our own living response? Zen does not separate these questions from practice. To sweep a floor with complete attention is already teaching the mind to meet reality without resistance. To prepare rice carefully is to participate in the nourishment of the whole community. To carry, water, mend clothing, pull weeds, wash bowls, chop wood. None of these are interruptions to spiritual life. They are spiritual life when inhabited fully. They become forms of meditation expressed through the body, rather than through stillness alone. This is what the younger monks finally understand. Their teacher was never clinging to labor out of stubbornness. He was preserving the integrity of practice itself. To deny him work was in a subtle way to deny him the dignity of participation. It was to treat him as someone outside the living rhythm he had spent his life embodying. And so, as the morning sun warms the mountain garden and birds move among the pines overhead, the monks work on in silence. The old master among them is neither above the labor nor diminished by it. He is simply part of it, as earth is part of root and root part of tree. As you rest more deeply now, let this teaching settle softly inside you. There is no need to turn it into a harsh measure against yourself. That would miss its spirit entirely. Instead, let it ask a simpler question. In what ways are you already being invited to participate more fully in your own life? Where might a small act of sincere effort restore a sense of connection? Where might you give, not from strain, but from belonging? Perhaps your work is outward and physical. Perhaps it is inward and quiet. Perhaps it is the effort to speak truthfully, to listen more patiently, to care for a tired body, to finish what has been left undone, to meet another person with your full attention instead of only half a mind. Whatever form it takes, true nourishment often follows participation, not passivity. So imagine for a moment that you are there in that mountain monastery, tool in hand, morning light spreading slowly across the garden. The earth yields under steady effort. The body warms, breath deepens. No task is beneath you. No action is outside the path. Giving and receiving become one movement as natural as inhaling and exhaling. A day without work is a day without food, not a threat, a reminder that life becomes richer when we enter it wholeheartedly. Let that remain with you as the mountain path fades, the garden softens, and dawn mist rises into another kind of silence. The monastery disappears behind a veil of pale morning air, and from that mist, another place begins to emerge, more secluded, more inward, almost strange in its simplicity. There, on a gentle slope in medieval Japan, stands a small temple wrapped in quiet. Bamboo bends in the breeze. Shadows lie long across the veranda. And within that stillness lives a Zen master, whose daily practice is so unusual that even his own disciples do not understand it at first. At daybreak, he will call out to himself by name. And then he will answer. A day without work is a day without food. Let that sentence remain for a few quiet breaths, then allow it to drift behind you like the fading sound of a temple bell. The mountain garden softens. Morning light thins into mist. The old master at work disappears into pale air, and from that stillness, another place begins to emerge, more secluded, more intimate, almost strange in its simplicity. You find yourself on a gentle slope in medieval Japan, where a small temple stands wrapped in early morning quiet. Bamboo bends and whispers in the breeze. A narrow path climbs from the village below, though few people travel it unless they are seeking out the temple's reclusive master. Birds call softly in the trees, and somewhere behind the wooden buildings, a stream passes over stones, with a sound so light it seems part of the silence rather than a break in it. This is the temple of Master Zuigan. Unlike many teachers who gather students around them in large numbers, Zuigan often lives in near-complete solitude. Those who visit him speak not so much of formal instruction as of presence, of a man whose smallest gestures seem to arise from somewhere utterly unforced. He does not appear to be performing wisdom or inhabiting a role. He seems rather to have grown transparent to something deeper than personality. This morning, like most mornings, he moves quietly through the temple alone. The wooden floor gives a soft creak beneath his bare feet as he prepares tea in the small kitchen. His actions are unhurried yet precise. Each movement is complete in itself. Nothing spills outward into wasted motion. Nothing feels tense or deliberate in the ordinary sense. There is simply a natural economy, the ease of a person who is not divided against himself. He sets down the empty cup. Dawn light now fills the room, more fully catching dust in the air and turning it briefly golden. Then Zuigan walks to his cushion and sits. His back is straight, but not rigid. His shoulders rest naturally. His face is calm, not blank, but quietly awake. For a long moment he says nothing. Then into the stillness of the empty temple, he suddenly calls out in a clear, firm voice, "Master." The word hangs in the room. No one else is present. No student kneels nearby. No visitor waits at the door, and yet it is unmistakably an address, as though he has called to someone with full expectation of response. After a brief pause, he answers himself, "Yes." Again, a moment passes. Then he says in the same steady voice, "Stay awake. Yes. Do not be deceived by others. Yes. Yes." And then silence returns, as natural as before. If someone from the village happened to be standing outside the paper walls and heard this exchange, he might well think the old master had become peculiar with age, talking to himself in an empty room, calling himself master, answering as if two people were present when plainly there is only one. But the practice is not madness, and it is not theatre. It is something much more intimate than performance, and much more exact than eccentricity. Day after day, Zuigan continues this private dialogue. He calls to himself. He answers himself. He reminds himself. He confirms understanding to himself. No audience witnesses it. No disciples take notes on the method. It is not displayed as an esoteric technique meant to impress the spiritually curious. It is a direct practice, personal and exacting, by which the movements of mind are brought into the light. Some years later, a young monk named Ganto stays at the temple for several weeks, hoping to understand Zuigan's teaching more deeply. One morning, he rises earlier than usual and through the thin paper walls, accidentally overhears the strange exchange. At first he's puzzled, then fascinated. Day after day, he listens in secret as his teacher enacts this same intimate conversation in the dawn stillness. When the time comes for Ganto to leave, he bows deeply at the temple gate. "Master," he says, "I have learned more from your example than from all the sutras I have studied. Your practice reveals the truth of the non-dependent mind." Zuigan smiles only slightly, neither confirming nor denying that the young monk has overheard what was never intended for display. "Remember," he says simply, "the true master is always present. Whether acknowledged or ignored, it never leaves you." With that, he sends Ganto back into the world, carrying a seed of understanding that will ripen only later. This strange little practice reveals something essential. In calling himself Master Zuigan is not inflating the personal self. He is not praising the ego or appointing some private personality as supreme authority. He is addressing the awakened nature within what Zen calls original mind, Buddha nature, the deep, clear awareness that exists before thought begins dividing experience into this, and that praise and blame, gain and lost success and failure. And in answering himself, he is recognizing that this nature is not distant. It is not somewhere else. It is not owned by a special class of people hidden away in temples or mountains. It is already present. Most of us, however, live almost entirely identified with the passing contents of consciousness. A thought arises, and we become the thought. An emotion surges, and we become the emotion. Fear comes, and we say, I am afraid. Desire comes, and we say, I want. Shame appears, and we shrink into it, as if it were the whole truth of what we are. We become so entangled with what passes through awareness that we forget awareness itself. Zuigan's practice cuts directly through that confusion. There is the part of mind that worries, plans, remembers, compares, seeks approval, fears rejection, and becomes tangled in appearances. And there is also the quiet witnessing presence that knows all this is happening. The one that hears, the one that sees, the one that remains even as each thought, mood, and reaction rises and falls. When Zuigan says stay awake, he is not scolding himself in the ordinary sense. He is calling the whole mind back from identification, back from dream, back from the hypnosis of habit. When he says, do not be deceived by others, he is not teaching suspicion. He is pointing to freedom from the endless way external voices define our value and govern our inner state. Praise comes and we swell. Criticism comes and we collapse. Approval lifts us. Rejection wounds us. We become dependent on conditions outside us to tell us who we are. But the non-dependent mind rests elsewhere. It does not mean disconnection from people or indifference to life. Quite the opposite. It means engaging more honestly because one is no longer ruled by every passing voice. It means discovering that what is deepest in you does not appear when someone praises it and does not disappear when someone forgets it. It is prior to all of that. This teaching feels especially sharp in a world that constantly trains attention outward. So many voices tell us what we should be, what we should want, how we should appear, how we should measure ourselves. It becomes so noisy that the borrowed voices start to sound like our own thoughts. We forget that beneath all conditioning, there remains a steadier ground. Zuigan's dawn practice is a quiet return to that ground. As you drift nearer to sleep now, you do not need to imitate his words. You do not need to sit upright in a temple and call out into the morning. Only notice very gently the presence in you that is already aware. The awareness hearing these sentences. The awareness noticing your breath. The awareness that remains whether the mind is calm or busy, whether the body feels heavy or light, whether the day has gone well or badly. That presence does not need to be created. It is already here. And perhaps this is why the teaching is so comforting. What you most deeply are does not depend on constant success, on others' approval, on never losing your way. or on holding yourself together perfectly. Like Zuigan calling and answering himself in that quiet temple, you contain both the seeker and what is sought, both the question and the silent ground from which the answer comes. Rest in that for a while. Let the bamboo whisper in the morning breeze. Let the little temple fade into mist. Let the old master's voice dissolve into silence again. And now, as your body softens further and the edges of thought grow looser, allow the scene to change once more. Rain begins to fall steadily on a tiled roof. Water gathers at the eaves and slips down in clear threads into a stone garden below. Somewhere in that rain-dimmed temple, a brilliant young student is about to present his understanding of emptiness to an old master, and discover in a single flash of pain and surprise the great distance between speaking truth and living it. As the small temple of Master Zuigan dissolves into morning mist, another place begins to take form in the mind. The bamboo hush gives way to the steady music of rain. Water falls over tiled roofs in silver threads, gathers at the eaves, then slips down into a stone garden below, where it traces temporary paths between darkened rocks and patches of moss. The afternoon light is dim and gentle, softened by clouds, so that even the air inside the temple seems blurred at the edges, as though the world itself were quietly loosening its outlines. In this rain-wrapped stillness, a young man arrives at the gate. Let us call him Rancho. He is not an ordinary visitor. Though still in his early 20s, he has already studied under several teachers and earned a reputation for unusual intelligence. He has a quick mind, a good memory, and the kind of confidence that often grows around a person who has learned to speak beautifully about difficult truths. He has read deeply, listened carefully, practiced earnestly, and gathered insight after insight, the way another might gather fine objects. Over time, those insights have begun to feel less like tools and more like possessions. Today, he has come to see an old Zen master known for cutting through confusion with disarming directness. Let us call the master Genun. Master Genun is in his 60s now. His face is weathered-lined by years of honest practice and the kind of seeing that leaves little room for self-deception. He is not severe in the theatrical sense. Nothing about him suggests a man trying to appear formidable. Yet there is something unshakably grounded in him, something that makes borrowed certainty feel fragile the moment it enters his presence. A temple attendant leads Rancho into a modest room where tea has already been prepared. The rain continues its patient rhythm overhead. Paper screens glow faintly with the grey light of afternoon. Steam rises from the cups in thin white currents. The room is simple, almost bare, and in that simplicity, the young man feels an odd pressure to speak well, as though the emptiness around him is demanding that whatever enters it be real. Master Genun gestures for him to sit. Rancho bows and settles onto the cushion opposite him. For a few moments, neither speaks. The old master lifts his tea and drinks. His movements are slow, unforced entirely, without display. Rancho, by contrast, can feel the energy inside himself, gathering, tightening, preparing. He has not come merely to ask a humble question. Somewhere beneath his outward respect is another wish to be recognized, to be seen as one who has truly understood. At last he sets down his cup. Master, he begins, his voice calm, but sharpened by eagerness through long study and contemplation. I have come to a profound realization concerning the nature of reality. Genun says nothing. He only looks at him with quiet attention. Encouraged by the silence, Rancho continues. The mind, the Buddha, and sentient beings, none of them exist in any fixed or independent way. All phenomena are empty. There is no true sage and no ordinary person, no attainment and no delusion, no giver and nothing to be received. He speaks well, very well. His language is polished, his phrasing elegant. Each sentence lands with the assurance of something rehearsed inwardly many times. He has absorbed the teachings on emptiness and non-self with impressive skill. He speaks of form and void, of the unreality of separation, of the impossibility of clinging to any permanent essence. In another room before another audience, his words might easily be admired. And what he says is not wholly wrong. That is part of what makes the moment so subtle. The Buddhist teaching on emptiness does indeed point beyond fixed identity. It does dissolve the world we habitually imagine as solid, separate, and permanent. It does reveal that all things arise through interdependence and pass away according to conditions. Rancho is not inventing nonsense. He is speaking from real study and partial understanding. But as he speaks, something in his tone gives him away. There is a faint hardness in the confidence, a slight gleam of ownership in the very act of describing the ungraspable. He is not merely expressing insight. He is standing inside it as though it were a position he has secured. And in that subtle stance, the old error has returned. The mind has made a possession out of the teaching meant to free it from possession. Master Genun remains perfectly still while the young man finishes. The rain taps on the roof above them. A drop falls from one eave outside and strikes stone. Then another. Then another. The tea continues to steam gently between them. When Rancho has said all he wishes to say, a small silence opens. The young man sits upright, composed, expecting perhaps a question, perhaps approval, perhaps a refinement that will confirm the greatness of what he has already grasped. Instead, something very different happens. Beside Master Genun rests a long bamboo pipe, the sort he occasionally uses in the late afternoon. Without a word, he reaches for it. His movement is so calm, so natural, that it hardly seems to announce anything at all. For an instant, Rancho imagines the master is simply adjusting it, or moving it aside. Then in one swift motion, Genun raises the pipe and strikes the young man sharply across the shoulder. The sound cuts through the room. Not loud, but unmistakable. Bamboo against flesh. Sudden. Real. Pain flashes through Rancho at once. His body recoils before thought can intervene. The polished stillness he carried into the room shatters in a single instant. His breath catches. His eyes widen. Heat rushes into his face. One hand flies to his shoulder. "Why did you do that?" he demands. The question bursts out of him nakedly, without philosophy, without elegance, without any of the careful abstraction that filled his earlier speech. Indignation rises just as quickly as pain. Anger, sharp and bright, moves through him before he can restrain it. In that moment, there is no polished doctrine, no smooth discourse on emptiness, no distance between reaction and self. There is only direct experience. Master Genun leans slightly forward. His expression is unchanged. He's not angry. He's not amused. He's not punishing the young man. His eyes are clear, and when he speaks, his voice is plain, almost gentle in its directness. If nothing exists, he asks, "Where did this anger come from?" The room falls utterly silent. The rain goes on, sounding over the roof. But now it seems farther away and closer at once, as though every drop were striking inside the stillness opened by that one question. Rancho remains frozen, hands still pressed to his shoulder. The heat in his face has not faded. The pain is still present. The anger, though already shifting, has not yet disappeared. And now it stands before him, exposed. Not as an idea, not as a doctrine, not as something to be explained, but as something lived. The master's question does not ask for cleverness. It asks for honesty. It cuts directly through the beautiful structure of thought the young man brought into the room and places him face to face with the one thing he had hoped, perhaps, without knowing it, to avoid himself, as he actually is in the moment. Experience breaks through concept. The old rain temple holds them both in its hush. Steam curls upward from the forgotten tea. The bamboo pipe rests once more in the master's hand. And between the pain in his shoulder and the silence in the room, Rancho feels the first deep crack appear in the certainty he had mistaken for wisdom. 0 seconds / greater than the question hangs in the room with a force far greater than the blow itself. Rancho remains still, one hand pressed against his shoulder, feeling the heat of pain and the sharper heat of his own reaction. The rain continues falling on the temple roof with its patient, untroubled rhythm, but everything within him has shifted. A moment earlier, he had been speaking with polished assurance about emptiness, non-self, and the unreality of all fixed distinctions. Now those elegant ideas stand face to face with a simpler fact. Anger has arisen, immediate and undeniable. Master Genun does not press him. He does not lecture. He does not explain the doctrine back to him. He only leaves the question where it is clear and immovable. If nothing exists, where did this anger come from? In that silence, Rancho begins to confront something more unsettling than contradiction. He confronts the distance between knowing words and being transformed by what those words point to. The anger that flared when the bamboo struck him was not theoretical. It was not an abstract problem to be arranged into a convincing answer. It was lived, embodied, immediate. It rose before philosophy could organize itself around it. And because of that, it reveals more truth than all his carefully formed sentences. If there were truly no self, no other, no sensation, no reaction in the way he had just declared, then what exactly had leapt up in protest? What was this unmistakable surge of indignation? What was this pain, this tightening of the body, this instant demand for explanation? He cannot dismiss it. He cannot explain it away. He can only feel how his neat understanding of emptiness has hardened into something false, something too simple for the living complexity of actual experience. Slowly, the certainty begins to drain from his face. Not into humiliation alone, though humility is certainly there, but into something more valuable: honesty. The strong, polished structure of borrowed realization begins to crack, and through those cracks, a more genuine inquiry enters. He sees, perhaps for the first time, that he has been holding emptiness as a concept, rather than allowing it to dissolve the one who wants to possess concepts. He has been speaking as though truth were an object he had acquired, when in fact the acquisition itself is the problem. At last he bows, not as a social gesture, not because etiquette demands it. He bows because something real has been revealed, and he knows it. When he lifts his head again, his expression has changed. The brilliance is still there, but it has softened. It no longer shines with the pride of mastery. It has become the clearer light of someone who has glimpsed how much deeper the path still goes. Master Jinun gives the slightest nod. Then, as though nothing dramatic has happened at all, he reaches for the teapot and refills their cups. Steam rises again between them. Rain traces its moving patterns over the garden stones outside. The lesson continues, but now it continues in silence, and the silence teaches more faithfully than discourse could. This encounter reveals one of the great paradoxes of the Buddhist path. The teaching of emptiness is meant to free us from attachment to fixed views, fixed identities, fixed ways of imagining ourselves and the world. Yet even emptiness can become one more fixed view if the mind seizes it in the wrong way. Instead of liberating us, it becomes another position to defend another subtle badge of understanding, another abstraction behind which the ego hides. When that happens, the teaching has turned against itself. To say that all things are empty is not to deny the relative reality of lived experience. It is not to pretend that pain is unreal when the bamboo lands across your shoulder, or that anger is unreal when it rises hot and immediate through the body. It is to see that these experiences do not exist in the hard, separate, independent way we usually imagine. They arise through conditions. They take shape for a time, then they pass. They are real but not fixed, immediate but not solid, present but not permanent. This understanding does not erase experience, it changes our relationship to it. And that is a far subtler thing. Rancho had spoken as though emptiness meant absence, as though the highest truth was some final negation, in which all distinctions simply vanish into philosophical nothingness. But the master's bamboo pipe reveals something more alive than that. Experience still appears. Pain still appears. Anger still appears. The question is not whether they arise, but whether we turn them into solid identity and suffer because of it. Emptiness is not a refusal of life. It is freedom within life's appearing and disappearing. That is why direct experience matters so much in Zen. Words have their place. Study has its place. Philosophy has its place. But all of it is secondary to the immediacy of what is actually happening. A person may speak beautifully about patience and still become impatient. Speak eloquently about non-attachment and still cling fiercely when loss arrives. Speak of impermanence and still resist change as though shocked by it. These are not failures in some moral sense. They are revelations. They show where understanding remains conceptual, where the teaching has not yet entered the bones. And so the question the master asks can continue far beyond that rain-filled room. Where did this anger come from? Where does fear come from when uncertainty appears? Where does grief come from when something beloved is taken away? Where does pride come from when we are praised? Where does shame come from when we are seen in a way we did not choose? These are not questions to solve only with thought. They are invitations to look directly, to meet experience before it hardens into story, to notice what arises, how it arises, and how quickly the mind turns movement into identity. As you drift deeper now, let this teaching settle in a quiet and gentle way. Notice your own body resting where it is. Notice the weight of it against the surface supporting you. Notice the breath moving in and out without your needing to manage it. These experiences are neither absolutely existent nor absolutely non-existent. They simply arise as conditions allow and pass when conditions change. This direct experience, more than any idea, is the living territory of practice. Perhaps like Rancho, you have sometimes mistaken the map for the land itself. Perhaps understanding a teaching intellectually has at times felt close enough to living it. And yet life in its mercy always brings us moments that test what we know. A hard word, an unexpected loss, a disappointment, a wound to pride, a sudden fear. In such moments, elegant ideas are no longer enough. Something more immediate is asked of us. How do you respond when life strikes you unexpectedly? What arises when your carefully arranged understanding meets the untidy force of reality? There is no need to answer now. Let the questions remain open. Let them work beneath the surface, the way rain works its way into the roots of the earth. The anger that arose in the young student was not his failure. It was his opportunity. It was the point where concept gave way to direct seeing, where performance ended, and the path became real again. Rest with that as the rain temple begins to fade. The paper screens dim, the tea grows still, the bamboo pipe rests beside the old master. Outside, rainwater slips from the eaves and vanishes into the dark garden below. And from that dimness, another world begins to gather, broader, brighter, and filled with the layered sound of ceremony. Now travel with me to Imperial Japan, where wisdom will appear not in a monastery room, but in the streets of a capital city. There, behind silk curtains and within the polished splendor of royal procession, a powerful ruler is about to see something his attendants worked very hard to keep from view, and in that single glimpse, the first crack will appear in the beautiful illusion built around him. Your eyelids grow heavier with each breath as the boundary between waking and dreaming begins to soften. Allow yourself now to travel into the splendor and ceremony of Imperial Japan, where wisdom will appear not in a mountain temple or humble monastery, but in the middle of a royal procession moving through the capital. You find yourself in 8th century Kyoto. The central avenue is alive with motion. Mounted guards in lacquered armor clear the way with disciplined precision. Drums sound in stately rhythm. Formal banners lift and settle in the breeze. The air carries the mingled scent of incense, horse sweat, polished wood, and dust stirred by hundreds of feet. Crowds line the streets in careful rows, their voices reduced to excited murmurs beneath the music of the procession. At the center of it all travels Emperor Daisho. He rides not on horseback, but within an elegant palanquin draped in imperial purple. Silk curtains ripple softly along its sides. 8 bearers chosen for their matching strength and height carry the mobile throne with such perfect coordination that it seems to float rather than move. Everything about the procession is designed to express order, power, and distance. The emperor is elevated, protected, and carefully separated from the ordinary disorder of the world around him. Inside this cocoon of luxury sits a man still in his 30s, though responsibility has already drawn early gravity into his face. His posture is composed. His features are controlled. Yet beneath the discipline of the imperial mask lives a quick and restless intelligence, a mind not entirely satisfied by ceremony, nor fully persuaded by the polished image constantly arranged before it. For weeks, court officials have prepared this route with obsessive care. Buildings along the avenue have been freshly painted. The streets have been swept clean, Citizens have been instructed to dress well and behave with visible cheer. Merchants line their stalls with pleasing wares. Even the poorest quarters along the route have been screened or diverted from view. Beggars, the sick, and the visibly suffering have been quietly moved elsewhere, so that nothing harsh may disturb the sovereign's impression of his own domain. Those around him believe they are serving him by this concealment. They believe a ruler should see only harmony, order, and prosperity. They imagine that beauty strengthens authority and that unpleasant truths weaken it. So they curate the world for him layer by layer until the empire begins to resemble a painted screen more than a living realm. And for a time, it works. As the procession moves through the avenue, Emperor Daisho sees exactly what has been prepared for him to see. Neat facades, bowing citizens, well-kept streets, official smiles, order everywhere. It is a vision of prosperity without fractured dignity, without shadow control, without cost. Then something unexpected happens. A gust of wind, stronger than the others, sweeps down the avenue and catches the silk curtains of the palanquin. They billow sharply outward, then lift aside for just a moment. It is only an instant brief enough that many nearby do not even notice. But it is enough. Through the sudden gap, the emperor sees down a narrow side lane that the officials had failed to conceal completely. There, half in shadow, lies the body of a dead beggar. The man's clothing is torn and filthy. One sandal has slipped from his foot. His limbs are arranged with the heavy stillness of someone no longer held upright by life. Beside him sits a woman, perhaps his sister, perhaps his wife, perhaps only another poor soul who knew him, her face streaked with tears and dust. Near them a child crouches in frightened silence. The child's eyes are wide, fixed somewhere between confusion and grief. Then the curtain falls back into place. The vision disappears, but not from the emperor's mind. Inside the palanquin, something has shifted. The carefully managed beauty around him no longer rests easily on his sight. The music continues. The guards move forward. Citizens bow. Yet the image of the body in the alley remains with him sharper and more real than all the prepared splendor through which he is being carried. He raises one hand. The signal passes at once through the procession. Drums stop. Bearers halt. Horses stamp and snort in confusion. Officials turn startled, waiting for instruction. "Open the curtain," the emperor says. No one moves for a breath. Then reluctantly, an attendant obeys. Sunlight enters the palanquin. Dust turns in the air. Emperor Daisho looks again toward the narrow lane. The body is still there. So is the grieving woman. So is the child. No painter's brush can soften it. No official language can dress it in acceptable tones. Death has entered the emperor's sight, plain and unadorned. A court minister steps quickly toward the palanquin and bows low. "Your Majesty," he says with careful urgency, "please do not concern yourself with such matters. The road ahead is prepared." But the emperor does not look at him. "Who was that man?" he asks. The minister hesitates. "Only a beggar, Your Majesty. Only a beggar." The phrase hangs in the air like a stain. The emperor's face changes, though only slightly. The practiced stillness remains, yet beneath it, something harder to suppress begins to rise. Not anger alone, not sorrow alone, something more searching than either. Only he says quietly. No one answers. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, Emperor Daisho gives another order. "Set me down!" The minister's head lifts in alarm. "Your Majesty, the lane is unclean. The ground is uneven. There is no need." "Set me down," the emperor repeats. His voice is still calm, but now it carries that unmistakable tone before which all argument withers. The bearers kneel. The palanquin lowers. Court officials exchange anxious glances as the emperor steps out onto the street. The hem of his robe touching dust prepared servants had worked so hard to remove from his world. He begins to walk toward the narrow lane. The guards do not know whether to follow closely or keep their distance. The ministers trail behind him in visible unease. Crowds, sensing that something unscripted is happening, fall into an even deeper hush. It is as if the entire avenue is holding its breath, while the sovereign moves toward the very thing those around him had tried hardest to conceal. At the mouth of the lane, he stops. The smell reaches him first, faint but unmistakable, the odor of sickness, poverty, and death beginning its slow work. Then the full scene opens before him without silk, without ceremony, without protection. The dead man's face is thin, older than his years, marked by hunger and weather. The woman beside him bows her head, uncertain whether to look up. The child clings to her sleeve. A few nearby villagers keep their distance, unsure what role they are now playing in this impossible crossing between imperial majesty and common suffering. The emperor stands very still. Never in all the orchestrated rituals of court has reality come to him like this. He has seen reports, heard numbers, received formal descriptions of hardship in remote regions, but all such knowledge remained abstract, held at the safe distance of paper, title, and policy. Here, there is no abstraction. Here is a body that was alive and is now gone. Here is grief. Here is hunger that court language cannot smooth into elegance. Here is the unhidden fact that an empire may appear glorious while death lies unattended in its side streets. One of the ministers steps forward again. "Your Majesty," he says softly, "this is not fitting." Emperor Daisho keeps his eyes on the dead man. "No," he says after a long moment. "What is not fitting is that I was not meant to see him." The words pass through the officials like cold wind. The emperor lowers himself slowly, kneeling in the dust near the body. Gasps ripple through those watching. Such an act is almost unthinkable. The sovereign of the realm kneeling in a side lane beside a dead beggar. Yet he does not seem concerned with appearances now. His gaze rests on the man before him with a concentration that suggests the true ceremony is taking place here, far from drums and banners. At last, he speaks not to the ministers, but almost to himself. "If this man dies in my city unseen," he says then, "what else have I not seen?" And there in the narrow lane, hidden behind all the polished beauty of the procession, the first great crack opens in the carefully constructed world surrounding him. The narrow lane falls completely silent after the emperor speaks. Around him, courtiers, guards, and attendants remain suspended between obedience and disbelief. No one seems to know how to inhabit this moment. The entire procession had been designed to preserve order, distance, and appearance. Yet here stands the sovereign of the realm, kneeling in dust before a dead beggar, asking not how quickly the sight can be hidden again, but how such a thing could have remained unseen for so long. One of the senior ministers steps forward at last, careful with his posture, careful with his tone, as though form itself might still rescue the situation. "Your Majesty, He says the city is vast. There are many such unfortunate people. It is not possible for the throne to concern itself with every lowly death. The words are measured, but once spoken, they sound cold, even to those who agree with them. They belong to the world of administration category distance. They are the language of order, trying to preserve itself against the inconvenience of direct reality. The emperor slowly turns his head and looks at the minister. Lowly, he repeats. No anger rises in his voice. That is what makes it more difficult to endure. He is not reacting from insult or emotion. He is simply seeing, and the clarity of that seeing leaves little room for evasion. This man, he says, turning back toward the body, lived under my rule. He breathed the same air. He walked these same streets. If he died alone and unburied within sight of my own capital, then his suffering belongs not outside my concern, but within it. The grieving woman beside the body lowers her head further, unable perhaps to understand how such words could be spoken by the emperor himself. The child remains clutching her sleeve, wide-eyed and motionless. Around the mouth of the alley, the crowd watches in a silence so complete that the faint rustle of banners on the avenue behind them can still be heard. Then Emperor Daisho rises. He brushes no dust from his robe. He makes no gesture to separate himself again from what he has just witnessed. Instead, he gives his orders plainly and without haste. This man will receive proper burial rites, he says. Not as refuse to be removed, but as one of my subjects. See that it is done before nightfall. The officials bow immediately. Then he continues. I want a full account of the poorest districts of this city. I want to know how many live without shelter, how many hunger, how many die unattended, and what provision, if any, has been made for them. I want facts, not painted, reports. The ministers bend lower. None dares protest now. The emperor's gaze moves once more over the body, the woman, the child, the crumbling wall, the dust, the neglected corner that nearly remained outside his world altogether. Then he says more quietly, almost as if speaking to himself, a ruler who sees only what pleases him does not rule. He dreams. The words pass through the lane like a bell tone. And perhaps that is the true turning point, not merely that he has seen suffering, but that he understands the machinery of concealment around him, and perhaps within himself as well. He recognizes that power is always in danger of being surrounded by pleasant falsehoods. Status invites curation. Privilege creates curtains. And once those curtains are accepted as reality, compassion begins to wither at the root. He turns back toward the avenue. The procession reforms, but it no longer feels the same. The drums resume, though their stately rhythm now seems strangely hollow. The banners still move in the wind. The bearers still lift the palanquin with practiced precision. Yet inside, it sits a different man from the one who entered it earlier that day. For while the route continues toward the temple, where he is expected for an important ceremony, something more important has already occurred in a narrow side lane the court had tried to erase. A veil has lifted. In the days that follow, Emperor Daisho does not let the moment dissolve into memory. He asks questions no one around him finds comfortable. He demands reports from districts long neglected. He orders the establishment of places where the poor may receive food care and temporary shelter. He requires that deaths among the destitute no longer be ignored as inevitable background to city life. And because reports can still be arranged to flatter the throne, he begins at times to move through parts of the capital in disguise, seeing with his own eyes what polished summaries would never show him. These actions do not transform the world overnight. Suffering does not vanish because one good ruler has finally looked at it directly. But something essential has changed. Compassion is no longer an ornament of the court. It has become a consequence of clear seeing. And that is the deeper teaching hidden inside this imperial story. In Buddhism, wisdom and compassion are not two separate virtues awkwardly joined together. They are intimately related. When we truly see suffering without distortion, without self-protection, without the screens of convenience and preference, the heart responds. Not always dramatically, not always perfectly, but naturally. Compassion begins where avoidance ends. So much of life is arranged to help us not notice. We do it outwardly by choosing only the views we prefer, the voices that confirm us, the information that does not trouble us. We do it inwardly too. We avoid certain memories. We soften certain truths. We hurry past the parts of ourselves that feel broken, frightened, lonely, ashamed, or grief-stricken. We create little imperial processions through our own minds, carefully managed routes that pass only through the districts we are willing to acknowledge. Yet awakening often begins exactly when the curtain parts. A glimpse of what has been hidden, a fact we would rather not know, a sorrow that can no longer be pushed to the edge of awareness, a vulnerability in ourselves or another that suddenly becomes impossible to dismiss. This is why the story of Daisho matters. His transformation does not begin in abstract philosophy. It begins in noticing, in allowing one unfiltered moment to interrupt the choreography of power, comfort, and self-image. As you drift deeper now, perhaps, with the body heavier and the mind softer, you might ask very gently, what in my own life have I arranged not to see? What suffering mine and others, or the world's sights just beyond the route I habitually travel? There is no need to force an answer. The question itself is enough. It opens a small clearing. And notice too that clear seeing is not only about pain, it is also the basis for real presence. The same openness that allows us to notice suffering also allows us to notice beauty, tenderness, fragility, and the simple miracle of being alive in this brief and passing world. The practice is the same in both cases, to see what is there rather than only what is comfortable. So imagine for a moment that you too step down from the palanquin, step down from the role, step down from the self-image, step down from the curated route. Stand directly on the ground of reality, just as it is. Perhaps that is where wisdom begins, not in controlling what appears, but in refusing to turn away. Let that remain with you as the imperial avenue softens and fades. The drums recede into distance. The banners lower into silence. The city grows dim. And from that dimness, another landscape begins to gather, humbler and more secluded. A small mountain village in ancient China. A narrow footpath running between fields, and a simple hut where a monk has spent 20 years trying to become enlightened. He believes he has come very far. Before the next nightfall, fire will teach him how little he has truly understood. The imperial avenue fades. The drums recede. The banners, the lacquer, the guarded splendor of court life all dissolve into quiet distance. In their place comes another scene, later in history, and gentler in appearance, though no less charged with human longing. Now you find yourself in late 19th century Japan. Autumn has settled around a mountain temple in shades of crimson bronze and gold. Maple leaves drift lazily to the earth, gathering along the stone path in a soft, rustling carpet. The air carries the clean scent of fallen leaves mixed with a faint thread of incense rising from the meditation hall. From somewhere deeper in the temple grounds, a bronze bell sounds and lets its resonance roll slowly across the valley, as if even the hills themselves are listening. Up this path comes a wealthy merchant. Let us call him Masaru. His fine silk kimono moves with understated elegance. Gold thread catches the afternoon light along the hem and sleeves. His hands are soft, uncalloused, unmistakably the hands of a man who has spent his life directing labor rather than performing it. His posture carries the confidence of someone long accustomed to being received with respect. And yet today, that confidence is strained by something inward and unresolved. Though he is one of the wealthiest merchants in the country, with warehouses full and ships moving goods across distant ports, peace has not followed success as he once imagined it would. Each gain has brought only a brief satisfaction before fresh anxiety rose to take its place. The more he possesses, the more he fears losing. Sleep comes less easily now. Joy visits less often. Even surrounded by comfort, he feels pursued by a quiet emptiness he cannot bargain with outwork or outsmart. That emptiness has brought him here. He has come to seek the abbot of the temple, a Zen teacher, whose reputation has traveled beyond monastic circles into the busy districts of trade and finance. Let us call the master Ryosen. Though he lives simply, he is known for a clarity that cuts through confusion without ornament. Some say he offers no comfort to illusion at all, only truth. Masaru is not naturally inclined toward priests. For most of his life, he has regarded them with mild suspicion as men sustained by donations rather than effort. But desperation has a way of loosening old prejudices. When a man discovers that money cannot purchase the one thing he most wants, he sometimes becomes willing to knock on doors he once dismissed. A young monk meets him at the gate and leads him inward. They pass along a covered wooden walkway, polished smooth by generations of quiet footsteps. The boards feel cool beneath the feet. The scent of old timber and tatami hangs in the air. Everywhere there is evidence of care, though almost nowhere is there evidence of luxury. The simplicity is not careless. It is deliberate, settled, complete in itself. To Masaru, this dignified poverty feels both foreign and faintly unsettling. The monk slides open a simple door and bows him inside. The room beyond is small and spare. A worn cushion rests on the floor. A low writing desk stands near the wall. A few scrolls and books occupy a narrow shelf. In the alcove hangs a single piece of calligraphy, bold black brushstrokes against pale paper. Masaru cannot immediately decipher the phrase, but something in its strong simplicity already seems to resist the habits of his mind. Near the desk kneels the abbot. Master Ryosen is not imposing in any outward way. He wears plain dark robes. His body is neither large nor dramatic. Yet the room feels entirely inhabited by his presence. Not because he dominates it, but because nothing in him seems absent. When he looks up at his visitor, his gaze carries neither admiration for wealth nor irritation toward it. There is no eagerness to impress, no trace of social calculation. only a calm, direct seeing that seems to pass quietly through the merchant's polished exterior and rest somewhere deeper. Masaru bows with the precise amount of respect he believes appropriate, courteous, but not servile. The master returns the bow with natural ease and gestures toward the cushion opposite him. No small talk follows. No remarks about the weather, the beauty of the temple grounds, or the trouble of the journey. Strangely, Masaru finds himself appreciating this at once. He is used to efficiency in business, and though he does not yet understand it, he responds to the Zen quality of directness for much the same reason. Once seated, he clears his throat. Master, he begins, and even that title feels slightly unfamiliar on his tongue. I have achieved considerable success in business. My warehouses are full. My ships travel to distant ports. My name is respected in the merchant circles of Japan. He pauses. Ordinarily, such a statement would establish his standing at once. But here, in this plain room, before this unmoved listener, the recital feels strangely hollow. It sounds less like power than like a man trying to reassure himself that his life should already be enough. Master Rusen says nothing. He listens with such complete attention that Masaru becomes increasingly aware of his own words, their weight, their limits, their inability to reach what he truly means. It is not the listening of someone waiting for a chance to respond. It is not the respectful silence of an inferior. It is something rarer, full reception, the kind of listening that leaves no easy place for performance to hide. So Masaru continues more honestly now. Despite all this, he says, lowering his voice slightly, I find myself restless, unsatisfied. Each achievement brings contentment only briefly. Then anxiety returns. I believed that once I had accumulated enough wealth, peace of mind would naturally follow. Instead, the opposite seems to have happened. The more I possess, the more I fear losing. There it is at last. The real confession. It enters the room with none of the polish of his earlier words, and because of that, it carries more truth. Then, feeling the discomfort of such nakedness, he instinctively retreats toward the language he knows best. I have heard that Zen teaching offers peace and contentment, he says. I am willing to make a substantial donation to your temple in exchange for such instruction. The moment the offer leaves his mouth, he regains a little of his familiar footing. Money transaction exchange. This is the territory where he understands himself. If peace is a valuable thing, perhaps it too can be acquired at the proper price. Master Ryosen receives the offer without leaning toward it or away from it. After a quiet pause, he says, "The dissatisfaction you describe is not unique to the wealthy. It is the human condition to seek peace through acquisition, through possessions, status relationships, even spiritual attainments. Yet this search fails because it begins from a misunderstanding." Masaru's expression tightens just slightly. He is not used to hearing his life described as a misunderstanding. Yet the teacher's tone contains no attack, only clarity, and this prevents immediate defensiveness from taking hold. What misunderstanding? He asks. The master rises in one smooth motion and walks to the small window overlooking the temple garden. He gestures for Masaru to join him. Outside lies a carefully tended landscape of white gravel, moss, dark stones, open space, and a single maple tree whose red leaves seem almost lit from within by the afternoon sun. Nothing in the garden is lavish. No rare ornaments, no costly display. And yet, its beauty is unmistakable. "What do you see?" asks the master. Masaru studies the scene, uncertain whether this is a test or simply a redirection. "A well-kept garden," he says at last. "Simple, but harmonious. And its purpose? Contemplation, perhaps? Beauty? Order?" The master nods slightly. "This garden contains nothing that is not already present in any patch of wilderness," he says. "Stones, plants, earth, space. Its beauty does not come from adding precious things. It comes from arrangement, from attention, and from removing what obscures what is essential." Then he turns and looks directly at the merchant. "The peace you seek is like this. It will not be found by adding more to your life. It appears when you discover the treasure already present within you." Masaru frowns. "What treasure?" he asks. "I do not understand." Instead of answering directly, Master Ryosen returns to his cushion and gestures for Masaru to sit again. Once they have settled, the teacher asks a question that seems at first to belong to an entirely different conversation. "When you were a child," he says, "before you owned your first warehouse or ship, were there moments of complete contentment? Times when nothing was lacking? Moments when simple presence was enough?" The question slips past the merchant's defenses in a way no abstract teaching could have done. He does not answer immediately. Instead, memory rises. Summer grass warm beneath his back as he watched clouds change shape overhead. The sweetness of fruit still warm from the sun bitten into beneath a tree. The uncomplicated happiness of being praised by his grandfather for a task done well. The sound of evening in the family courtyard before ambition had entered his blood and begun rearranging the meaning of every hour. These memories come not as theories, but as living sensations. His face softens. The room grows very quiet, and for the first time since entering the temple, Masaru begins to glimpse the possibility that what he seeks may not be something missing from his life, but something buried beneath the endless accumulation with which he has tried to replace it. Masaru lowers his eyes for a moment, still feeling the faint ache of those memories moving through him. The question the master asked was so simple, and yet it has reached places all his accomplishments never touched. He had come expecting instruction, perhaps a method, perhaps a disciplined teaching that could be added to the many things he already possessed. Instead, he has been led backward, not into childhood itself, but into the felt memory of a life before every moment became an investment and every achievement a shield against fear. At length, he says more quietly than before, "Yes." There were such moments. Master Ryosen watches him without interruption. "And what has changed since then?" the master asks. "Is it the world outside you, or something in the way you now meet it?" The question does not strike Masaru all at once. It enters him slowly, almost like cold water being poured into a vessel that has long been left in the sun. His first impulse is to answer quickly, to explain how adulthood is heavier than childhood, how responsibilities multiply, how wealth brings burdens the innocent cannot imagine. All of that may be true in part, and yet none of it fully answers what the master is asking. For the first time in many years, he looks honestly at the texture of his own life, not at its status, not at its visible success, but at the actual quality of his experience from day to day. He sees the constant reaching, the near-permanent tension, the subtle inability to rest in any gain, because the mind has already begun calculating the next defense, the next expansion, the next possible loss. He sees too that the contentment of childhood had not come from ignorance alone. It came from a kind of directness, an unpurchased immediacy. The cloud drifting overhead did not need to improve him. The praise of his grandfather did not need to secure his future. The fruit warm from the tree had not been weighed against any larger ambition. For a few moments then life had been enough as it was. I think Masaru says slowly that what has changed is not only my circumstances. Something in me has become unable to leave anything unmeasured. The master gives the slightest nod. Yes, he says. That is closer. Masaru draws a breath, then lets it out. But how does one return to that I cannot become a child again? I cannot unknow what I know of the world. I cannot unbecome the man I have become. Master Ryosen's expression softens, though not into sentiment. No, he says. There is no returning to childlike innocence. But there is a maturity beyond sophistication and a simplicity beyond complexity. It begins when you see that what you seek is not located where you have been looking. The words remain in the room for a moment. Then the master turns his gaze toward the alcove where the single calligraphy scroll hangs against the wall. Do you know what those characters say, he asks. Masaru follows his eyes. He has noticed the scroll since entering, but only as part of the room's austere beauty. He studies the bold black strokes now with greater care. They are strong, unornamented, almost severe in their economy. I do not, he says. The master lets the silence ripen before answering. They say, open your own treasure house. Masaru looks again at the calligraphy. Open your own treasure house. For an instant, the phrase seems almost disappointing in its simplicity, like the first Zen principles on the steamship, like the old stories whose depth hides inside plainness. He had expected, perhaps without admitting it, something more difficult, more exotic, more worthy of the effort he made in coming here. Yet the longer he sits with the words, the more they begin to disturb him in a different way. Not your teacher's treasure house, not the temples, not some distant spiritual realm reserved for monks. Your own. Master Ryosen speaks again, his voice even and clear. It has never been locked, he says. It has never been empty. You have only been facing away from it, searching elsewhere for what was never missing. Something in Masaru's body responds before his mind can organize a defense. His shoulders, which have held a quiet tension since he entered the temple, ease by a degree. The space across his brow softens. He does not yet understand fully, but he recognizes the quality of the words. They do not feel like information being added to him. They feel like something very near being pointed out after years of neglect. He has spent his life chasing distant treasures. Profit in one city, influence in another. One more warehouse, one more ship, one more alliance, one more safeguard against uncertainty. Even now, sitting in the abbot's room, some part of him had still hoped for another treasure. Of that kind, some hidden teaching he might acquire, protect, and add to the account books of the self. But this is different. This points not outward, but inward. Not inward in the narrow sense of private thought or personal emotion, but inward towards something more fundamental than the mind's usual transactions. Masaru wets his lips unconsciously. If this treasure house is already mine, he says, how do I open it? Now there is no bargaining in his tone, no merchant's instinct to negotiate terms. The question is clean, almost humble in its nakedness. Master Ryosen pours a little more tea into his cup, and then into Masaru's. Steam rises between them in a fine pale thread. Outside, a leaf lets go from the maple branch and settles soundlessly into the garden. Begin by stopping, the master says. Masaru blinks. Stopping. Stop believing, says Ryosen, that contentment lies in the next acquisition, the next recognition, the next arrangement of the world outside you. Stop treating life as a transaction in which peace must be purchased. Stop moving outward for a moment and notice what remains when the movement ceases. The room grows very still. Masaru hears perhaps more clearly than at any time, since arriving the faint sound of wind moving beyond the garden wall. He hears the small settling noises of the temple wood. He hears his own breathing. The master has not given him a technique in the ordinary sense. He has given him a turning, or perhaps a stopping of turning. For so many years, his whole life has depended on motion towards something else. Better, safer, greater, farther. Even his suffering has been shaped by that momentum. To stop, even inwardly, feels almost impossible. And yet beneath the impossibility, there is also relief, as if some part of him has been waiting for permission to set down a weight he no longer remembers choosing to carry. His eyes drift once more to the calligraphy. Open your own treasure house. The phrase no longer sounds decorative, it sounds exact. And seated there in the quiet room, with autumn light resting on the floorboards and the scent of tea and old wood around him, Masaru begins to sense that what he has called emptiness all this time may not be emptiness in the ordinary sense at all. It may be estrangement. Estrangement from a sufficiency he once knew without naming, and which perhaps has never truly left him. He does not yet know how deep this teaching goes, but he can feel the door. Masaru keeps his eyes on the calligraphy for several long breaths. Open your own treasure house. The phrase is plain enough to be almost disappointing at first, and yet the longer he sits with it, the less simple it seems. He has spent his life opening other doors, warehouse doors, trade routes, negotiations, opportunities, alliances, accounts, and markets. Every worthwhile thing as he has understood it lay somewhere beyond the present moment, waiting to be reached, secured, and added to what he already possessed. But this teaching points in another direction entirely. It suggests that what he seeks is not elsewhere at all. If this treasure house is already mine, he says quietly, how do I open it? The question contains none of his earlier merchant's confidence. No bargaining, no attempt to convert the teaching into an advantage. It comes from a deeper place now, from the edge, where a life built on acquisition has begun to suspect that acquisition can no longer help it. Master Ryosen pours a little more tea into each cup. Steam rises in a thin, pale thread between them. Outside, the maple leaves burn red against the afternoon light, and one leaf lets go of its branch and drifts soundlessly into the garden below. Begin by stopping, the master says. Masaru blinks. Stopping. Stop believing, the teacher replies, that contentment lives in the next acquisition, the next success, the next securing of the future, the next arrangement of the world outside you. Stop treating life as a transaction in which peace must be purchased through effort, status, or possession. Stop moving outward even for a moment and notice what remains. The room becomes very still. The words do not sound mystical. They sound almost too practical, and perhaps that is why they land so deeply. Masaru has been moving outward for so long that he no longer notices the movement itself. Each desire points to another object. Each fear points to another precaution. Each accomplishment immediately gives birth to a new insufficiency. The whole structure of his life has been organized around momentum towards something else. To stop even briefly feels almost impossible. And yet beneath that impossibility, he also feels relief. Master Ryosen lifts his cup and takes a small sip. When the outward movement pauses, he says you may begin to sense what has been present all along. Then, as if to demonstrate nothing more extraordinary than the natural state of a quiet mind, he closes his eyes. Nothing dramatic happens. The room doesn't brighten. No revelation descends from above. The garden remains the garden. The tea remains tea. The wooden walls hold their old scent of cedar and thyme. Yet something in the atmosphere changes all the same. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that Masaru, for the first time since arriving, becomes still enough to notice what was already there. He hears the faint sound of wind moving beyond the garden wall. He hears the smallest settling noises in the temple wood. He hears his own breath entering and leaving. No instruction is added. No philosophy is offered. There is only this pause, simple and undramatic, and the quiet invitation not to run from it. For a breath, perhaps two, the merchant's usual mental machinery loosens. He is not evaluating the moment, not comparing it, not asking whether it will be useful, profitable, repeatable, or worthy of investment. He is simply present. And in that unguarded pause, something forgotten yet intimately familiar begins to make itself known. Not an emotion exactly, though it carries warmth. Not a thought, though it arrives with clarity. It feels more like a subtle completeness, a sufficiency that requires no addition, a peace that does not depend on circumstances being rearranged first. It lasts only a moment. Then, as naturally as mist reforms after a clearing, the ordinary habits of mind begin to stir again. But the moment was enough to show him that what he has been seeking may indeed exist prior to the chase. Master Ryosen opens his eyes. He looks at Masaru, and there is nothing in his face that suggests surprise. It is the gaze of someone who has seen this happen many times. The first small opening, the first breath in which the seeker accidentally stops seeking and briefly touches what was never absent. That he says softly is the entrance to your treasure house. Masaru does not answer. He cannot not immediately. The words are too exact. They do not name an achievement. They do not flatter him. They do not offer him spiritual status technique or possession. They simply identify what has just occurred. Not a grand awakening. Not mastery. Only an entrance. A threshold. A way in. And perhaps that is why it feels so trustworthy. It is not something to be purchased. The master continues, nor something to be manufactured. It is recognized. The mind stops searching outside itself for a moment, and what has always been here becomes visible. Masaru lowers his gaze. In business, he knows how to assess an opportunity, calculate a risk, compare outcomes, and judge value. But nothing about this can be measured through those habits. There is no ledger for this kind of wealth, no agreement to draft, no guarantee to secure. The teaching does not point to future profit. It points to present reality. That is why it feels at once so near and so difficult. At last, he bows. This bow is not like the one he offered when he first entered the room. That earlier gesture was correct, polished, socially appropriate. This one comes from somewhere much more honest. It carries gratitude, yes, but also humility, relief, and a touch of grief for the years spent searching in places that could never provide what he truly wanted. "Thank you, Master," he says. "I came seeking methods for peace of mind. Instead, you have shown me something far more unsettling and far more precious." Master Ryosen's expression softens with the faintest trace of a smile. "I have shown you nothing new," he says. "I have only pointed toward what was already there." The room falls quiet again. Outside, autumn light has begun to shift toward evening. The garden shadows lengthen. A second leaf drifts downward and joins the first on the gravel below. Time continues its gentle motion, yet within Masaru something has slowed. The endless reaching has not vanished forever. He knows that. His habits remain strong, and the world to which he will return is the very world that shaped them. But now another possibility has entered his life. He has glimpsed a form of wealth that does not depend on accumulation, and that glimpse cannot easily be forgotten. He sits with it, as one might sit with the last warmth of sunlight on a cold day, not trying to possess it, only noticing that it is real. 0 seconds / greater than. For a while, neither man speaks. The room remains filled with that simple, dignified stillness that now feels different to Masaru than it did when he first arrived. Before, silence had seemed like an empty interval, waiting to be filled by useful instruction. Now, it feels more like a clear pool in which something essential may be seen if one does not keep disturbing the surface. At length, the merchant reaches inside his robe. From within, he draws a small but heavy pouch and places it carefully on the floor between them. As it touches the wood, there comes the unmistakable sound of gold coins settling against one another, a crisp metallic clink that belongs very much to the world he knows best. For the temple, he says. Master Ryosen does not move to take the offering. Neither does he refuse it. He simply looks at the pouch, then at Masaru, and when he speaks, his voice is calm even, and entirely free of moral pressure. "The teaching I have shared cannot be purchased," he says. "But generosity toward the temple is welcome if it comes from the treasure house we have discussed, rather than from obligation calculation or the wish to acquire merit." The words land gently, yet they reveal another subtle crossroads. Even now, after what he has just glimpsed, Masaru can feel the old habit waiting to reclaim the moment. Give the gold, receive the teaching, settle the exchange. Let the spiritual encounter fit the old pattern of transaction and carry on. It would be so easy, so familiar, so much more comfortable than allowing the encounter to remain beyond the logic of buying and earning. But the master has seen directly into that impulse. "Only you can know the source of your giving," he says. Masaru lowers his eyes to the pouch resting on the floorboards. He sees with a clarity that would have been impossible a few hours earlier that even generosity can be bent by fear, ambition, and self-interest. A donation may look noble from the outside and still arise from bargaining within. If he gives in order to secure blessing, to purchase peace, to appear refined, or to reassure himself that he has done the correct spiritual thing, then the act remains tied to the same old movement outward. For a few breaths, he sits with that recognition. Then slowly, he reaches into his robe once more. From within, he draws a second pouch and places it beside the first. This time, the gesture feels different. Less like payment, less like insurance, less like the tidy completion of an exchange. He does not imagine that the second pouch proves purity of heart, nor that he has transcended self-interest all at once. But something in him has shifted enough to know that giving can arise from another place entirely, from the natural easing of grasping from gratitude without calculation, from a brief but genuine glimpse of sufficiency. Master Ryosen says nothing. He only inclines his head very slightly, as if acknowledging not the size of the gift, but the sincerity of the moment from which it has emerged. Soon after, Masaru rises to take his leave. He bows deeply, and again the gesture is unadorned by social polish. There is gratitude in it, but also humility and a certain tender bewilderment. He came to the temple seeking a method to calm the mind. He leaves having been shown that the calm he wanted was not a product to be acquired, but a reality obscured by the very habits through which he tried to obtain it. The young monk leads him back along the wooden corridor. They pass once more through the quiet temple, through the scent of cedar and tea, through the hush of spaces that ask for nothing. At the gate, Masaru steps out into the autumn air. The path before him is strewn with red and gold leaves. They move softly under his sandals as he begins the descent down the mountain. He carries no new spiritual possession, no secret formula, no doctrine to display, no treasure taken from the temple and added to the storehouses of the self. What he carries instead is a question that will continue unfolding through the rest of his life. What changes when we stop seeking treasure outside ourselves and begin to recognize what has been present all along? This final story illuminates one of the deepest currents running through Buddhist teaching. Again and again, across traditions, languages and centuries, the same truth appears in different forms. We chase peace through acquisition status, certainty, relationship, achievement, recognition, even through spiritual attainment. We imagine contentment lives just beyond the next door, the next success, the next arrangement of circumstances. And because of that, life becomes haunted by a subtle background feeling that something essential is missing. Yet the teaching points elsewhere. What we seek most deeply is not created by possession. It is not secured by control. It does not arrive from outside as a reward for becoming sufficiently impressive, successful, disciplined, or worthy. Rather, it becomes noticeable when the frantic outward movement pauses. In that pause, however brief a completeness already present begins to reveal itself. Different Buddhist traditions speak of this in different ways. Zen sometimes names it original enlightenment. Other lineages speak of Buddha nature, the luminous mind, or the heart, that is naturally radiant before it is obscured by grasping and confusion. The language changes, but the gesture remains the same. It points not toward importing something foreign into ourselves, but toward uncovering what has been quietly here from the beginning. That is why Masaru's story matters. He does not become peaceful because his circumstances suddenly improve. He was already wealthy, respected, and outwardly successful. None of that solved the restlessness within him. What changes is not his social standing, not his financial security, not the visible structure of his life. What changes is the direction of his search. He is turned, however briefly, away from endless acquisition and toward the subtle sufficiency that appears when nothing needs to be added in that moment. As you rest more deeply now, let this teaching settle without strain. Notice how often the mind leans toward the next thing, the next achievement, the next purchase, the next reassurance, the next insight, the next version of yourself that will finally feel complete. This movement is so common that it often goes unnoticed. It becomes the atmosphere of ordinary consciousness, a quiet but constant assumption that peace belongs elsewhere. And perhaps that is the great exhaustion of human life. Not only the difficulties we endure, but the endless reaching that says not yet, not here, not enough. Let this part of the journey end gently there, with autumn leaves underfoot and the temple path behind you, while the question continues to glow softly ahead. For a while, neither man speaks. The room remains filled with the same clear stillness, but now Masaru experiences it differently. When he first arrived, silence felt like an empty interval waiting to be filled by useful instruction. Now, it feels like a quiet pool whose surface need not be disturbed. Something essential can be seen there, but only if one does not keep reaching into it. At length, the merchant reaches inside his robe. From within, he draws a small but weighty pouch and places it carefully on the floor between them. The soft, yet unmistakable clink of gold coins settles into the room, a sound that belongs very much to the world he knows best. For the temple, he says, Master Ryosen does not move to take the offering, neither does he refuse it. He simply looks at the pouch, then at Masaru, and when he speaks, his voice is calm and entirely free of moral pressure. The teaching I have shared cannot be purchased, he says, but generosity toward the temple is welcome if it comes from the treasure house we have discussed, rather than from obligation or from an attempt to acquire merit. The words land gently, yet they reveal another subtle threshold. Even now, after what he has just glimpsed, Masaru can feel the old habit waiting to reclaim the moment. Give the gold, receive the blessing, complete the exchange. Turn even this encounter into a transaction, let it fit the familiar pattern, and return to the world feeling that something spiritual has been properly obtained. It would be so easy, so natural, so very like the life he has always lived. But the Master has already seen that movement within him. Only you can know the source of your giving, Ryosen says. Masaru lowers his eyes to the pouch resting on the floorboards. For perhaps the first time, he sees, with complete clarity, that even generosity can be bent by fear, ambition, and subtle self-interest. A donation may look noble from the outside and still arise from bargaining within. If he gives in order to secure blessing, purchase peace, or reassure himself that he has done the correct spiritual thing, then the act remains tied to the same old movement of lack. For several breaths, he sits with that recognition. Then slowly he reaches into his robe once more. From within, he draws a second pouch and places it beside the first. This time, the gesture feels different. Less like payment, less like insurance, less like the closing of a deal. He does not imagine that the second pouch proves purity of heart, nor that one honest moment has freed him forever from self-interest. But something in him has softened enough to know that giving can arise from another place entirely, from gratitude, without calculation, from the easing of grasping from the first real glimpse of sufficiency. Master Ryosen says nothing. He only inclines his head slightly, as though acknowledging not the size of the gift, but the sincerity from which it has come. Soon after, Masaru rises to take his leave. He bows deeply, and again, the gesture is free of social polish. There is gratitude in it, yes, but also humility, relief, and a touch of quiet grief for all the years he spent searching where what he wanted could never truly be found. The young monk leads him back through the wooden corridor. They pass once more through the stillness of the temple, through the scent of cedar and tea, through rooms that seem to ask for nothing. At the gate, Masaru steps out into the autumn air. The mountain path before him is strewn with red and gold leaves. They shift softly beneath his sandals as he begins to descend. He carries no new spiritual possession, no secret formula, no doctrine to display, no treasure taken from the temple and added to the storehouses of the self. What he carries instead is a question that will continue opening through the rest of his life. What changes when we stop seeking treasure outside ourselves and begin to recognize what has been present all along? That question stays with him as he descends the mountain. It will not be answered all at once, not in one day, and not by a single moment of insight, however genuine, but it has entered his life now, and that alone is enough to begin changing the direction of his search. What changes when we stop seeking treasure outside ourselves and begin to recognize what has been present all along? This final story shines a gentle light on one of Buddhism's deepest and most enduring truths. Again and again, in many forms, the teachings return to this same revelation. The peace and contentment we chase through endless acquisition are not ultimately created by what we gather. They are uncovered when the movement of grasping quiets down enough for what is already here to be felt. Human beings search in countless ways. Through wealth, through status, through control, through relationships, through success, through influence, through spiritual identity, through the hope that one more achievement will finally settle the heart. The outer forms differ from life to life, but the inward pattern is often the same. Something in us assumes that fulfillment lies just beyond the present moment, just beyond our current circumstance, just beyond who we are now. So the mind leans forward, reaches outward, strains toward elsewhere. And with that constant reaching comes a subtle but nearly continuous feeling of incompleteness. It may not always be dramatic. Often it lives quietly in the background, shaping thought after thought, choice after choice. It whispers that the next step will do it, the next gain, the next answer, the next version of oneself, the next emotional resolution, the next insight, the next security, the next arrival. Yet even when one thing is attained, the movement tends to continue. The mind trained by habit simply finds a new object toward which to lean. This is why the teaching of the treasure house matters so much. It interrupts the whole pattern at its root. It says that what we most deeply seek is not absent in the way we imagine. It is not waiting in some distant future. It is not hidden in status, insulated inside wealth, or reserved for those who have perfected themselves. Rather, the capacity for contentment, clarity, compassion, and awakened presence is native to our being, not manufactured, not imported, not granted from outside. Native. Different Buddhist traditions express this in different language, yet the gesture remains strikingly similar. In Zen, one hears of original enlightenment, the suggestion that awakening is not a foreign thing added to us later, but something fundamental that has been obscured. In other traditions, one hears of Buddha nature, the innate potential, or rather, the already existing ground of awakened mind. In the Thai forest tradition, there is the emphasis on the radiant heart-mind luminous, before it becomes clouded by craving fear and confusion. The words change, the emphasis shifts, but beneath them runs the same quiet current. What we are seeking outside ourselves is often hidden by the very act of seeking. This does not mean that life in the world is meaningless, or that all goals must be abandoned. It does not mean one must renounce work, family effort, or practical responsibility. The lesson Master Ryosen gave Masaru was not a rejection of all worldly activity. He did not tell him to abandon his business, scatter his wealth, or flee into permanent isolation. The transformation asked of him was subtler than that, and in some ways, more demanding. It was a change in starting point. Before he acted from lack, even success served the fear of insufficiency. Even generosity could become bargaining. Even spiritual seeking could become another form of acquisition. But after the first glimpse of his own treasure house, another possibility opened to act not from inward poverty, but from a deeper sufficiency. To engage life from wholeness rather than from hunger. To work, give, build, plan and care, without making these things carry the impossible burden of completing the self. That shift changes everything while changing nothing outward at first glance. A person may still live in the same house, do the same work, speak to the same people, and carry the same responsibilities. Yet if the inner movement changes, the whole flavor of life changes with it. The mind no longer grips each moment, as though survival depends on extracting from it one more proof of worth, one more guarantee of safety, one more fragment of identity. There is more space, more steadiness, more ease in giving, more ability to receive the simple fact of being alive without immediately converting it into a problem to solve. As you rest now, perhaps hovering somewhere between waking thought and the first edge of dream, notice how this teaching may already touch your own experience. Notice how often the mind repeats the pattern Masaru lived inside for so many years. It may not appear as wealth or ambition. It may wear a different face in your life. Perhaps it moves through the desire to be understood, the hope of being chosen, the need to fix the past, the wish to become a better version of yourself, before finally allowing rest. Perhaps it appears as spiritual striving as the attempt to gather enough healing, enough wisdom, enough certainty to feel safe at last. And yet there are moments, are there not, when that movement briefly stops on its own. A quiet sunset, the sound of rain in the dark, a face you love at rest, a task that absorbs you so fully that the usual self-concern falls away, a breath taken without hurry, a moment of simple presence in which nothing is missing. Those moments matter because they reveal something the grasping mind tends to forget. They show that completeness is not always the result of acquisition. Sometimes it becomes most visible when acquisition pauses. So let the question remain near you now, not as pressure and not as another goal, but as a gentle turning of attention. What if the treasure has never been elsewhere? What if the door is nearer than thought? What if what you have been seeking has been waiting patiently and quietly beneath all the outward movement? Let those possibilities rest inside you as the autumn path grows dimmer, the leaves less distinct, and the temple behind Masaru fades into the softness of evening. The mountain air cools, the red leaves blur into shadow, and little by little, the outer journey gives way to an inward stillness where nothing more needs to be added for this moment to be whole. That inner stillness does not ask you to renounce your life. It does not demand that you abandon responsibility, ambition, work, love, or the ordinary structures through which a human life unfolds. The teaching of the treasure house is subtler and perhaps more transformative than that. It asks not first for a change in outer circumstance, but for a change in the place from which you live. This is why the final story matters so deeply. Masaru did not need to become someone else in order to benefit from the master's words. He did not need to erase his past, destroy his business, or flee from the world that had shaped him. What changed was the direction of his search. Before, he had moved through life from a felt sense of lack. Even success served that lack. Even wealth answered it only briefly. Even generosity could become one more strategy in the endless effort to secure inward peace from outward arrangements. But once he glimpsed the entrance to his own treasure house, another possibility appeared. To live not from lack, but from sufficiency. Not from hunger disguised as striving, but from a deeper wholeness already present beneath the striving. Not from the fear that one more thing must be added before rest is deserved, but from the recognition that rest has been waiting quietly beneath the movement all along. This teaching appears in many forms across Buddhist traditions. Zen speaks of original enlightenment, the suggestion that awakening is not something foreign added later, but something already true though obscured. Other lineages speak of Buddha nature, the innate luminosity of mind, or the heart's natural clarity before it is clouded by confusion, fear, and craving. The language changes from place to place, but the gesture remains the same. It points not toward manufacturing peace, but toward uncovering it. Not toward becoming fundamentally other, but toward seeing more clearly what has never actually been absent. And yet this recognition is easily misunderstood. It does not mean passivity. It does not mean that meaningful goals disappear, or that careful planning becomes unnecessary. It does not mean withdrawing from practical life into vague spiritual softness. A person may still work, build, create, provide love, protect, and serve. The difference lies in the inner starting point. When action arises from insufficiency, everything becomes burdened. Work must prove worth. Success must secure identity. Relationships must resolve loneliness completely. Spiritual practice must deliver a version of the self that finally feels safe. But when action begins from a more native completeness, life takes on another quality. Effort remains, yet it is less desperate. Care remains, yet it is less entangled. Giving becomes more natural. Receiving becomes less anxious. One can engage the world without demanding that the world fill the deepest space within. That shift is quiet but profound. It changes the whole flavor of being alive. As you rest now, notice how often the mind leans toward the next thing, the next improvement, the next reassurance, the next solution, the next answer that will finally make everything settle. This movement is so familiar that it often passes unnoticed. It becomes the atmosphere of ordinary thought, a soft but constant reaching beyond the present moment in search of completion. And perhaps that reaching is one of the great exhaustions of human life. Not only pain itself, but the habit of saying not yet, not here, not enough, not until something more arrives. Yet there are moments when the seeking stops without effort. In beauty, in stillness, in deep absorption, in the simple intimacy of being fully present to a sound, a face, a breath, a quiet room, a night sky, a memory that asks for nothing. And in those moments, something becomes visible that cannot be purchased, earned, or forced into being. A completeness that does not depend on circumstances changing first. This is the beginning of another way of living, not grasping for more, not defending what has been gathered, but allowing clarity, compassion, and steadiness to arise from the treasure house of one's own nature. So as the last of the autumn leaves settle in the mind, and the temple path behind Masaru fades into evening shadow, let this teaching remain near you in a very gentle way. You do not need to turn it into a task. You do not need to achieve anything with it tonight. Simply allow the possibility that what you seek most deeply has not been withholding itself from you. It has only been hidden by the momentum of outward search. One part remains, and in that final quiet, the whole journey will gather itself into rest. And now, at the far edge of this long and quiet journey, nothing more needs to be added. No final lesson to master. No last truth to chase. No effort left to make. Only this soft returning where every story you have heard tonight begins to gather into one gentle stream, flowing towards stillness. The monk on the steamship crossing the great Pacific with his small journal of simple disciplines. The old woman beneath the banyan tree whose hard words carried hidden wisdom. The desperate seeker in winter brought to the edge of himself before a single sound broke open the walls of thought. The wealthy host shown the moon resting in an ordinary well. The nun carrying water beneath the night sky until the bucket fell apart and the moon appeared everywhere at once. The old master who would not eat without working because he would not separate life from practice. The solitary teacher calling himself back to wakefulness in the empty dawn. The brilliant student whose elegant words dissolved in the heat of pain. The emperor stepping down from splendor to see what had long been hidden from him. And the restless merchant rich in the eyes of the world and poor in peace who finally discovered that the treasure he had been seeking had never left him at all. At first, they may have felt like separate stories scattered across different lands, centuries and lives. But now, in the hush of this final part, perhaps you can feel how they belong to one another. They are like lanterns placed along the same path. Each one lights a different turn. Each one loosens a different knot. Each one, in its own quiet way, invites the mind to stop wandering so far from what is real. Again and again, the teachings return to the same simple mercy. Be sincere. Be steady. See clearly. Do not cling so tightly to passing things. Do not confuse beautiful words with living truth. Do not mistake performance for wisdom or possession for peace or busyness for meaning. Do not search so frantically outside yourself that you overlook the quiet life waiting to be recognized within. This is the tenderness hidden inside the path. Not the demand to become extraordinary. Not the pressure to perfect yourself before you are allowed to rest. not the burden of building a spiritual identity out of refined ideas and noble language. The old teachings ask for something gentler than that and far more honest. They ask you to soften, to notice, to let go, to return from complication to simplicity, from self-importance to humility, from striving to presence, from the long fatigue of becoming to the quiet dignity of being. And perhaps that is why they endure, because they do not merely instruct the mind, they calm it. They do not merely describe wisdom, they keep bringing us back toward it, back toward a life not divided against itself, back toward the ordinary miracle of a breath taken slowly, a bowl of water under the moon, a path through fallen leaves, a hand opening, a burden set down, and what remains when the unnecessary effort begins to loosen, not emptiness in the lonely sense, not the blankness the fearful mind imagines, something warmer than that, something quieter, a stillness that does not need to prove itself, a peace that does not arrive as a dramatic reward, but as something uncovered when all the frantic reaching grows tired and falls silent. Maybe that is the real secret hidden in every story tonight. Wisdom is often plain. Compassion begins in seeing. Freedom is not always the gaining of something new, but the release of something false. And awakening, so often imagined as a distant summit, may at times be nothing more and nothing less than returning fully to the moment you are already in. So now, let there be nothing left to solve. No need to remember every image. No need to hold every lesson in the mind. No need to carry the whole night forward as an effort. Let it become lighter than thought. Let it settle beneath thought. Let it move through you the way moonlight moves across water, without strain, touching everything and holding on to nothing. Let it pass through you the way wind passes through bamboo, leaving only a soft sound in the dark. Let it fade the way a temple bell fades into evening air until the sound is gone, but the peace remains. Feel your body resting where it is. Feel the quiet weight of it. Feel the surface beneath you, holding you up without asking anything in return. Feel the breath moving in and out with its old patient rhythm. You do not have to improve this breath. You do not have to deserve it. You do not have to become wiser before sleep is allowed to come. For this moment, you may stop. Stop measuring. Stop reaching. Stop correcting. Stop carrying what does not need to be carried through the night. There is a stillness beneath all your efforts that has not been damaged. Beneath the noise of fear, beneath the habits of striving, beneath the old ache of not enough, something in you remains unbroken. It does not shout. It does not advertise itself. It does not compete with the mind's urgency. It waits quietly, the way the moon waits above drifting clouds, the way the well waits in the garden, the way the mountain waits through winter, spring, summer, and autumn, without anxiety about what season will come next. And perhaps this is the final kindness of the journey. You do not have to manufacture peace from nothing. You do not have to force open every locked door with effort alone. You do not have to travel farther and farther from yourself in order to arrive home. Sometimes peace appears the moment the unnecessary movement softens. Sometimes the path opens when the chasing stops. Sometimes the treasure house is found, not by crossing oceans or climbing mountains, but by becoming still enough to notice that you have been standing near it all along. So let the old bucket rest where it fell. Let the moon remain in the sky where it has always been. Let the emperor step down from the palanquin. Let the merchant stop counting. Let the student release his cleverness. Let the host set aside display. Let the old woman speak her truth. Let the monk work in the garden. Let the teacher call himself awake. Let all these images become softer now, as though a fine night mist were moving through them, one by one. The steamship disappears into grey distance over the sea. The banyan leaves no longer stir. Snow gathers quietly over the monastery roofs. The water in the garden well becomes perfectly still. The spilled drops dry on the moonlit stones. The old master sets down his tool beside the earth. The dawn temple falls silent again. Rain softens on the tiled roof. The imperial road empties. Autumn leaves lie undisturbed along the mountain path. Everything returns to quiet. Everything returns to stillness. Everything returns to rest. And now perhaps you may return too. Return from the effort of holding yourself together. Return from the endless question of whether you have done enough, healed enough, understood enough, become enough. Return from the habit of leaning into tomorrow for the permission to finally rest tonight. Tonight, you may set all of that down. Let the forehead soften. Let the jaw unclench. Let the shoulders release what they have been carrying. Let the muscles of the face grow still. Let the breath become slower, softer, quieter. Let the heart, even for this little while, stop bracing itself against the world. You do not need to force sleep. You do not need to chase peace. Only rest near this one gentle possibility and let it sink deeper than thought. Nothing essential is missing. Let that be the final lantern. Nothing essential is missing. Not in this breath. Not in this moment. Not in the quiet place beneath all the noise. Nothing essential is missing. And so sleep may come now softly and naturally, like night gathering over a mountain temple, like mist closing over the sea, like moonlight settling over still water. Let the teachings fade into silence. Let the silence become peace, and let that peace carry you gently and completely into rest.